Sure.
That'll make my Delhi kids happy.
Yeah. It was snowing on us.
Yeah, actually, got it.
It's okay. I brought a, this time because I froze last time. It was cold out, it was snowing on us out there in the swing. Yeah. I remember those days. I don't know if you saw that email from Greg Davis.
I did.
Okay, but should help me print it.
You gonna stay in the whole time?
I printed copies for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Do enough for that in the car, right?
No, that's okay. That's yours. So, it's something we're gonna talk about today, and I'm so sorry that it was so last minute. I
Oh,
asked
that's
for it
okay.
last week.
I
He sent it
said
at noon today. Whatever time it was, so sorry to be that last minute.
Hi, you're ready for later.
To think about for a future meeting? No, not a meeting. Okay. It's just something I'm gonna share with you. Oh. Okay. Okay. My semester ends in 2 weeks.
I know.
You can just
You're there, you're this close.
hanging on by my lack of fingernails. Oh, yes.
Now you can look at me.
Yes.
Thanks for your help.
Okay.
Good job
Um,
figuring it out, right?
Yes, yeah, well, that was mostly left up to you.
No, I mean, even to how to get the download.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the first one, and combining the two. Probably,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I thought that was a good thing to have. I never had a printout like that before. Although I will say until this last.
Art, do we have any copies of the agenda or not?
I didn't bring any, I'm sorry. I'll remember next
We
time.
never had a separate parks and rec account. So really, it was the last one.
Did that start under?
You wanna sit here at the table? I'm gonna sit.
I did, but then on the back of that.
I don't know if I trust you, but.
I don't know if
I
I
know,
never
we're
really
gonna
get
get
that.
that, some of that got rid of it, I'm not sure, so I have to read that also.
He's pretty harmless.
Yeah, but she's a little bit better.
Yeah.
We like it.
Sort of have a
You tell people.
Really?
It got reviewed somehow. That other party.
Okay, I got to see.
Okay. What's in there? Where's that one?
Can I sit with you ladies?
Yeah, of course you can. What about the power?
Spend $300 on my rental house. Because my rent is one of those kinds.
Apparently couldn't get Sean.
Yeah, you're Beth, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, well. I got it. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, I tried to talk Beth into
I only have one bedroom.
I'd say that too.
No, I do. I only had two bedrooms upstairs. My kids, we lived in the basement 5 years and we were gonna build a 1.5-story house, but they said they wanted to sleep upstairs. So I said, "Well, I spent all the money on
Yeah, you're casual. Yeah.
Oh, my youngest child. I had some little- Hasn't it? You know, I was going to the cemetery and I was coming down my road yesterday and it was just like waves on the ocean coming at me. Only it was sand off the road. I never saw anything like it. It was terrible.
She hasn't met you, has she?
It needs to be taken a little more seriously. Yeah. So I'll say, well, yeah.
Right.
Usually
So-
Jesse would just put it
Yeah, everything's got to be replaced, and I don't want to. But when I used to do, I was Sanford, I was Carrie's door guy.
Oh, I know you're not
But,
trying to.
right, but this is a serious thing, and it just needs to be done. So, you know, it could fall apart on the next call, probably not, I haven't inspected it, but we could drive by, Randy and I. No, that far up. So is Roger coming?
He's right behind you.
Oh.
Yeah, I can do it, yeah. I have a-
My client didn't. So he says, I wonder what my parents did to fight boredom before the internet. Question mark. I asked my 18 brothers and sisters and they didn't know either.
That's pretty good.
Even to the library. Coleman. Everton is really nice. Yeah, it's real nice. Oh, we did. What's that? That's all we got. That's all you got? Stars,
dollar stores and.
And the library.
And the library.
I really like that
Well,
building.
we have $2.
So if you go to the
Yeah.
library there, it's a historic building, it was old high school, and they've renovated it. It's really cool. They'll give you a tour. Beaverton, the old high school, the library's in it now, and, they use it as a lot of community things there. It's really cool.
You know the Marathon gas station? Right across the street.
We taught all of our, census classes there, for census work in 2020.
But it was all over, but. Let's see if there was some.
It's called an activity.
The VA.
Yeah.
Beaverton activities.
Yeah.
But they had called. They had called the job. And they said she was in some kind of meeting. Oh, but he just forgot.
The original opener. We tried. Well, I think they have them looked at too.
All right, folks, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order if we could. I want to start off by letting folks know this is being recorded, so you are on a Zoom recording. And just, if you don't want to be recorded or captured on film, I guess you can leave. With that, we've called the meeting to order. If we could please bow our heads for a moment. Heavenly Father, we give thanks for the chance to come together and serve. We ask as we go forth for your grace upon us, that we may have wisdom, ears to hear, eyes to see, and faith to understand. Bless us now as we conduct township business and give us wisdom. We'd stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all and welcome to our April Township Board meeting. I would ask my fellow board members if we believe we are in OMA compliance. Not hearing anything to the contrary, I will assume we're good. And I would welcome the township residents and other visitors and guests tonight. And thank you all for showing up. We will conduct ourselves as quickly as possible, but no quicker. With that. Tammy, would you do a roll call, please?
Starkey? Here. I will mark myself here. A. Peters?
Here.
K. Peters? Here. Sperling?
Here. Okay. We've established a quorum. Move on to the agenda that was distributed to the board along with a packet of information. Are there any changes, additions? If not, could I have a motion to approve? So moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Next, moving on to approval of minutes.
I didn't see the March, I see the April session.
Did you have March meeting minutes?
Is it me? No, it's not me.
It was. I'm so sorry. I apologize for my very informal spirit wear and my phone being on. I just left my son's lacrosse game and sped over here. 11-0 at halftime. 3 goals for my son. So, minutes for March. Let's see. The March 11th meeting, would that be what we're looking for? So the March 11th meeting were approved by default because they were not taken to the March 26th meeting for approval. So then are we looking for the March 26th minutes? No? I didn't do the March, well, I didn't do the March 26th minutes because that was the meeting with the attorney and I wasn't present. But had anyone done those minutes, I'm not sure if anyone was assigned to do them or not, I would guess. You can help me out here, Art, because
Yeah, we've got some, I mean, they're just basically 4 things.
someone was a minute taker, I'm assuming. And so those would have went to the April 3rd meeting? Was that the next meeting?
Don't know.
Don't know?
April 3rd.
Help me out. I'm an old lady and I just rushed over here for the cross game, it was so cold. So April 3rd would have been the next meeting, and those March 26th minutes would now be approved by default because they were not
Okay.
taken to the April 3rd meeting. Correct?
Okay,
Everybody following me and
But
agreeing?
isn't the regular board meeting minutes to be approved at the next regular board meeting?
No, ma'am. It is the very next meeting of the board that was clarified by Cindy when she was here. It is in the information that we have in our MTA manual also, but
Don't know that.
I did
She
ask
was
for
here.
that specific question to make sure that we were on the right page.
So then we don't have
Well,
minutes for
I wrote March
11th.
11th meeting minutes, and they did not go to the March 26th meeting for approval, which I was not at because it was a meeting when I was, had an obligation out of town, the attorney meeting with the attorney.
Mhm.
I don't know who took the minutes from March 26th. I'm only speaking up because Art looked at me. I don't really own this. The March 26th meeting, there should have been someone appointed for the meeting
Yeah,
minutes.
we'll get those published.
Someone will get those published, but they should have been brought to the April 3rd meeting, which I did attend, and that was the meeting with Cindy for approval, but they were not. So those meeting minutes, March 26th would be approved by default, so wherever they were at, whoever rates them. So I think I did include the April 3rd meeting minutes,
Mhm.
which I took, and I think I submitted those to you, didn't I?
Yep, they're in the
I-
packet.
Okay, so those are the only minutes that have not been approved.
So just to be clear, the March 11th meeting minutes were approved by default, and the March 26th minutes were approved by default.
That would be my assumption based on the law.
So without any review. Without
Right.
any review.
Correct.
That's correct.
And if they're not taken at that review.
So they weren't distributed at all.
Well, they're available at the office. All,
They were not,
well,
the
let me back
draft
up.
was not on the.
The
website.
March 11th meeting minutes are available at the office, I know because I wrote them.
But they aren't on the website in draft.
Are they not
form.
on the website?
They never have been.
Oh, okay.
So I think 8 days after the meeting, they're supposed to be posted or
Well,
5
not on
days.
the website though, Kathy, but they are available at the office.
So
So
we've
if they're
never
not on the
seen
website, I'll
them.
get those to Art and we can get them on.
Okay.
Good, we're good on that?
Seen them.
Okay.
All right. So do I have a motion or any changes to the April 3rd minutes in the packet?
Move to accept them.
Okay. Thank
I'm
you, Jim.
sorry, what did I hear?
Jim moved to accept.
Thank you, Jim. I'll second. Thank you.
And Crystal, did you second?
Yes.
All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Treasurer's report.
Okay. All right. for you there. Just a second here. Gotta get it up on my laptop. Okay. The first line there is the general fund checking account, which has an ending balance as of March 31st of $54,315. I'm just gonna touch on some of those that,
Just for those of you following along, these will be included in the packet that will get put on the web after the meeting. And we'll have that, we'll try to get that out before the meeting next month.
so, reporting on then the bank accounts here, let's see. The tax fund, which is the fourth row down, you can see there's been a lot of income and then disbursements, there with an ending balance of $261,000. And that's going to be worked down even further as we do our final settlement with the county. And then the cemetery fund there has an ending balance of $16,000 and let's see here. So these are bank accounts with, yeah, okay. Ending balance with the fire fund operating checking, $17,000. You can see there's about $9,000 of disbursements or bills that went out on that. Different things. Roger will be reporting on that. And then moving on down, for the total ending balance for all of our bank accounts is 1.4 million. And moving down below that for the investments, we have a total of interest earned of $3,100. And the total ending balance for investments is 1.3 million. And then below that is the Swanton Trust Fund. I apologize, I did not get that statement by mail in time for the meeting. So I'm hoping it's coming in the next few days for this month. And then right below that is tax collection. It hasn't changed much from last month as far as the ending balance in tax of $403.
At this point, any taxes that come in will be collected by the county then?
8.71%, that's the tax. To be collected, that's still out.
Uncollected, yeah.
That's still out. 8% of all our township is only 8%, that's actually 92% paid.
Yeah.
Move to receive and file the treasury report.
Do I have a second? Thanks, Crystal. Any other discussions or questions for the treasurer? All right. Those in favor of receiving the report?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Sounds like we've accepted the treasurer's report. Item 10, clerk's report.
Okay. So, just a few items of business. Be patient with me, I'm still learning all of this. So for payroll, because it's come up a number of times in the last 4 months, so I think that I would just like to mention a couple of things to help us all, hopefully. I know that manager, whatever it might be. We have required payroll forms that have to be completed, and my only role in that is that I have to keep those files. So I'm required by the state to have certain things in a personnel file for each person. So if you guys could maybe help me get that together, and I'll help you as much as I can. I'm not an expert on payroll files. I only know that I have to keep them and what the retention is. But, so there is a list of forms that are required. I think I sent them to you, Kathy. There's an I-9 form, the withholding forms, and then there's 2 additional forms that we have to have in the file. Some of those we may not have been doing, and one of the things that we have to remember, I think, I have to remember it also, and I just really learned a lot of this, is that all of our boards and commissions that we pay, those people are employees. So Catherine, people like you who recently came onto our board of review, we're gonna need to look at what forms we have, and some of them for you because you've been an employee. Right, and so I'm learning that, and so we need to catch up. So anyone who is a committee, a chairperson, or a sub-board secretary or chairperson will have to take that responsibility to make sure that when you bring people on your committee or your commission, your sub-board, that we get those forms. And I did look it up online with the, well, actually, it's in our books, it's in our clerk and treasurer and trustee and supervisor guidebooks from MTA under employment. And I can help you find that because I know where it is if you want my help. If you don't want my help, you're welcome to find it yourself too.
Talking the W-9 form or?
Well, there's
W-9?
a list of forms, Jim, and actually if,
That's a normal personal employment. is
Well, so-
W-9.
I think we've been missing the mark a little bit, and we're all new, and you probably weren't charged with anything like that in the past, but this is from the accounting procedures manual that mostly Kathy and I are familiar with, but it's in the office and it's available for everyone. And the information that must be prepared, and then also, this is from my duties of the clerk manual, but this page and this information is also in the supervisor, trustee, and treasurer manuals that you have that go along with this. And if you don't have them or don't know where they are, I can point them out to you in the office and check them out to you, or even purchase if they're outdated. So this big blue manual that I carry is because another clerk from another township brought her brand new manual over, 2025. We took the binder apart and we copied it. So I didn't have to purchase the $40 book. That was very nice of her to take her binder off because now she won't ever be able to put that back on, but we put her in a binder like this. So there's 4 forms for anybody who's a board chairman or a committee chairman. The IRS W-4, the Michigan W-4, the Department of Justice I-9, and then the state of Michigan has a new hire reporting form that's required now. It's fairly new, and I say fairly 1997, but and so those are required.
Are those for new hire or rehire?
So you would want to probably read this because,
I'm just asking a yes or no question.
well, it's not a yes or no answer, though, I'm sorry.
Well, I did submit, on the rehire of my deputy treasurer, a
Okay.
W-4 and the Michigan W-4, but you returned them. So
So
why
the
would
note
you
on
return
them,
them?
there was a note on them. Did that get lost?
Why did you return them? I
Oh, I must-
submitted these to you.
Right, did the note get lost?
I don't
Sorry.
know, you returned them along with these
Oh, yeah,
highlights.
so the highlighted on those forms, where I highlighted on those forms.
Right, so why did you refuse these two?
I didn't refuse those.
Yeah, you returned them back to me.
So
The other
Kathy,
thing too is that you've been asking for the rehire dates,
I do need that.
and did you, receive the oaths of office that I submitted to you on those rehire dates?
So, okay, so can
Those
I
are
back
on
up and
the
answer
oath.
each question?
I'm just asking about the oaths of office that I submitted to you on the
You
rehire.
asked several questions, so let me answer them all, okay? So the file that you gave me is a personnel file, and I didn't separate any papers, I put them all together. If you wanted me to keep them separate, I suppose I could.
I'm sorry, I submitted them to you in a file because you had requested them for rehire and my deputy wanted to change your W-4.
Okay.
So, but you returned them back.
And I sent some information and highlighted it. Did I not? What I
So
did?
you only received some of the forms, or since these were done, I'm just asking why you didn't accept these on
Well,
March
I sent a
23rd.
packet back with some information that was, some things were missing.
Okay.
So I don't.
So you
I'd have to
can't
look at that.
receive these until everything is filled out? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would like to keep the file together, yeah. I mean, if
Okay.
you want me to take those, I'll
Okay.
start a file and you can.
We'll have to research that. The other thing, as far as rehires go, on the state of Michigan new hire reporting form, here it states that on a rehire of an employee who was previously employed by me, treasurer, but separated from employment for at least 60 consecutive days. So that would be when
That's
this
the Michigan new
form.
hire form?
Yeah.
So we don't have one of those originally with her. We never got one of those for her.
Oh, okay, so, okay, all right,
So on the
just
I-9,
clarifying.
so on the I-9, to answer your question, your first question was, do we need all of this with every new hire? So, and I'm not the expert, Kathy, and I
So,
don't know any
yeah.
more than anybody on this board. I've
will have
only
to
just
do
read it
some
in my
more-
duties of the clerk book.
We'll just have to do some more
So,
research.
so on the I-9 form, there's some instructions online, I think I gave you that website, where it talks about who has to fill it out and what has to be filled out for rehires depending on their length of absence. So
So
if
what
you,
is that length of absence?
well, so I gave you that link in the email.
Oh, so you don't know it?
I don't have it memorized,
Okay.
no.
Okay, I'll
But-
look into it then.
All new hires have to do an
Yes.
update. It's just a matter of which information gets updated, so, okay. I forgot, what was your other question?
That's it for now, that's it for now. The oaths of office have the dates, the hire dates.
Well, they don't have the hire date, they have the date the oath is taken, so we don't have a hire date. If you can just give me that right now, I will write it down. I have a note about that, so.
It was on the date of the oaths of office that,
Okay,
those were the hire dates, and I also included it in the word number to you.
well, I got her March or February 11th resignation letter, March 1st resignation letter, March 20th rehire date, but I was missing the rehire date before the March 1st resignation. And I wasn't able to do her payroll because the other part of this that's
On
required.
March 21st, I sent you a message that told you specifically her rehire date.
What did it say?
March 20th.
Okay, yes, I
March
have that,
20th.
yes.
Yeah.
Just the rehire for February. I
Which
have
was,
March.
again, the date of the oath. The oath of office.
So the date that you gave her the oath, I should go look at that form and that date. I should
February
use her date.
26th, the day you came in and
February
opened the office for us, and we went to work.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that, Kathy. So here's the other thing that I'm required to have it in the folder. I'm not required to get it from the employee, so I can only say if I don't have it, I can ask someone for it, and I think we can just work together and get it. But one of the things that are required by the accounting procedures, state of Michigan, is there's a list, and the date of employment has to be in the file. So Jim, you had asked about that. So there's a list of things that we have to have, and then there's 4 forms. So I'm gonna keep this as a resource because it's helpful for me to know this, because I didn't know all this when we started.
Once you get everybody a copy of that thing.
Yeah, so we have, and we have these manuals in the office and these,
It's funny, you should get a copy.
but because I've already found it out, I'm gonna share it with you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank thank you. Any little thing you can help me, because some days I just feel overwhelmed with all this new stuff that's going on. So, okay, so just committee secretaries, if you hire someone or you have someone new on your committee, we'll just create a file and we'll
Once a
get
new
it taken.
board member comes on, like CBA gets sworn in,
Yes,
you need that form at that point.
they're an employee. By statute, they're an employee, and we're supposed to have, I think we've been missing that, but we'll catch up. Yeah, we got 4 years to do this, right? 4 years? Okay, so. I am on the clerk's report.
I just reminded you that you.
I'm trying to figure out because here's another thing that I learned recently, and it was kind of surprising to me that, from MTA, that I should not separate, we should not separate, and I'm gonna go by it, you guys can do whatever you feel comfortable with. We should not separate out different agenda items for every little thing that the clerk or the treasurer or the trustees or the supervisor want to bring before the board. Sometimes it can all just come under your report. And so they gave some examples in the literature that I received from MTA about what kinds of things could go in my report. So I'm just following that. So this might be a little bit different tonight. So one of the other things under the bills that we have here to go over. In the past, this township board, not these particular people, but this township board has always separated out something called regular bills and special bills. And I was a little confused about that, and so I talked with Anita a little bit about that. I went back and I looked at your minutes for the last few years, and it came up because Kathy and I weren't sure who was supposed to pay these some $1,000 in interest. So, and Kathy, I want to thank you for that correction on that. I did go in and change that line item to the interest so that it reflected correctly. But so they came up with us, and we almost paid 80,000 late, but we managed to pull it off. So in the past, it's always been special bills and regular bills, but that, according to the MCA, was not supposed to be done that way. So I know that Anita did it, I know that Karen did it, and I know you guys operated that way. So what we're going to do now, and unless Kathy has a different idea, what we've been told is that all of the payables that go out will come through the clerk and then be paid by the treasurer, that the only checks that she will write will be from the tax fund, the tax disbursement checks. Is that your understanding, Kathy?
I think as of right now.
Okay, yeah, so that was confirmed by MTA. I was very confused because I saw all those special bills being paid in the past by someone else, the treasurer. And, you know, we talked about it with the accountant, and he didn't, you know, change anything, but apparently that was not right. So what I'd like to do, because this is a kind of a big change for me, with all of the special funds that have been paid in the past by the treasurer, you know, the roads and the assessments for solid waste and the taxes, or the what did we just pay, the water fund. I would like to make a motion that all of the disbursements are made by the clerk, with the exception of the tax fund. Anything, all special bills that need to be paid and regular bills will be all the same. They were calling it assessment special bills, so that's not my whole motion, I just got lost. So my fingers are still cold. They really are. So I would like to make a motion, just so that we're clear and we all agree and there's no confusion, because we had a lot of confusion over that, you know, that water payment. Yeah, we did. We're not gonna go there, but we did have a lot of confusion. I want it to be cleared up so that we're all on the same page. We all know, you know, that.
So I'm not understanding that. I'm just trying to repeat back
Yeah,
to the hearing to make
I
sure.
know, I'm not.
Because for the last term, what we've always done is that we had the bills, our regular bills that we would get from the clerk, and then we had the special bills from the treasurer, and that's our solid waste, road assessments, and there was
Water.
the water assessment. Okay, so what we're saying is those will from now on always be a part of the
Regular bills, all the regular bills.
my head, we always been doing it that way. I don't know, I wasn't here.
Past practice, unfortunately. Probably, past practice.
And I just accepted it when I came on board and
I'd like to,
there's always
can
understanding.
we table it for a month? And I'd like
Yeah.
to just checking, because I think there's something about road assessments, private road assessments we manage.
I've already paid those. Some of those, over the winter, I paid
For the
some
plow.
snow plowing
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
well, so we don't pay, we paid, I don't know how we pay those. I'll have to just-
Right, that's what I
Yeah, I
said,
think-
can we,
I don't know
think
how
we
we
need to
move the money from the special roads to general fund and pay a general fund check to the county?
Why
Or
don't we do
how
a
we do
little
that?
bit?
Yeah.
because I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think those, and I'm looking at Crystal, because you and I talked about that. Yeah, we did. Because, well,
That's
you,
why
one of the things we had
we have a
discussed,
lot of conversations.
we did, but one of the things we talked about was how putting in place kind of this road plan that the commission was trying to get out of taking care of private roads. And that if we have an arrangement now, we want to keep it, because it's to the residents' best interest.
Well, but that doesn't have to do with paying bills.
Well,
Does it? I mean, we're the- Who cuts the check is what we're really talking
right,
about
and
now.
I thought that was always one of the special assessment disbursements.
Well, I thought there was always special bills. Kathy and I had a dispute over the, water assessment, so I paid it. And I'm more than happy to pay any bills. You guys tell me what you want me to pay, or you don't want me to pay, and as long as it's legal that I don't or do.
Can we just table it?
That
for a
would be
month and
great, so
come
are you
back?
gonna investigate that? Would
Yeah,
you
I'm
want me
gonna
to do
just
that?
make a few calls and try to find something out. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
okay, but I'd like to at least do a little homework.
Could you share with me what you find out or if
Well, I
there's?
plan on sharing it with all you guys.
Yeah, yeah. Please do. Yeah.
Or if you just look at today's report, what we have in front of us here, you have special road fund, okay, on there, a water district bill, which is for the bonding, okay?
well, right, I've been, Jim,
The roads
so during the last month, Kathy and I had a disagreement. I did not think that I paid those, my mistake, because I was looking at what the board had done before and what Anidra had taught me. So when there was a dispute, I called Anidra, and she said, oh, no, you don't pay those special bills, the treasurer does. But Kathy wasn't given the same information, so we were.
In training.
So
Yep.
you're right, so we were in a dispute, so I said, that's okay. Kathy asked me to pay those and I did.
I don't
And
think
I'm
there's
happy
anything wrong
to.
with what we have in front of us right here. We're looking at the bills for the township.
Yeah.
We have the solid waste fund, which is a assessment, that
Yes.
thing. As long as that goes from there to here and to us and back,
here to
and
back.
it's approved at this.
So the
this level.
MTA corrected
fine.
us, and she said, no, that the treasurer should only hold the tax disbursement
The
fund,
disbursement
and
that
I
she
should
has.
hold all the other. Now, Kathy does have to hold the paid checks, and that's another change that we're gonna have to make, and I'm gonna ask the deputy to help me with that, because I've been filing all of those paid checks with the invoices. So those all have to be separated out now, because we didn't know that.
Yeah, But
Let's not go
step
too
at
far.
a time,
Yeah.
please, because we don't want to make it more confusing.
Yeah,
trying
so
to
really right
clear
now,
things up.
I'll withdraw the motion if you'd like to,
Or we just table it.
yeah, and we'll figure out who is responsible for cutting the checks for the special funds.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll,
That's me.
okay. So one other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I'm so glad, Kathy, that you did this awesome report. Oh my gosh. Where's that awesome report? So this treasurer's report is really nice. And I'm sure Art's gonna feel the same way as he moves into budgeting here real quick. But one of the things that is really, I'm going to ask the board for, when Kathy and I were working towards taking office, we met with a person from the BS&A company. We did not a physical meeting, an online meeting, teleconference. And I know she had some separately from when I talked. And then so then after I took office, I heard from many people, my peers, who said, oh, you're using QuickBooks for your accounting software, good luck with that. And I heard it from our auditor, our accountant, and I heard it from other peers and out there in other offices. And we heard it from Cindy mostly. And I actually, I have an email, I had some communication with Cindy after a wonderful training. And that was one of the things that she brought up is this BSNA software. We really need to have it. And Cindy was saying sooner rather than later, so was the accountant that we've contracted with. And really, this is mostly on me because Kathy already is using BSNA for taxes, correct?
It's not the same version as what we would be going to.
You're gonna move
It would
move
be-
up, right?
So currently, we're on a .NET, which is a local area
Mhm.
server based. And what BSNA has available going forward is only the cloud version.
Mhm.
So that's in all of their modules.
So you'll upgrade to the cloud.
So all their modules are
So,
cloud based.
with all of this information and all of these months that have passed, it's been 6 months since we started talking with, BSNA, really. Kathy and I talked with them, early on. So that's 6 months we just lost, and we know that there is a lead time to get this because there's a long line of people. But this is a Michigan company that is tried and true and tested. The only thing that's stopping us is this board moving forward on it and allocating the money. So,
What kind of money are we talking?
well, so we had a meeting scheduled for February 26th. It was a 90-minute online demonstration with BSNA account representative and one of their technical experts. We were all scheduled to take part in that meeting that afternoon for the 90 minutes. And we were forced to cancel it due to some unforeseen circumstances. So I would like to make a motion that the BSNA, excuse me, to answer your question. During the demonstration, what they will do is show us the different modules that are available, what add-ons are available, because we don't have to buy everything, and we don't have to buy everything at once. We can buy this now and then this and then this, but that's what they would do, make sure that we see it, think it's functional, want to buy it, then they talk about pricing. Okay, so depending on what we want.
You have a range?
Sure, so depending on what we buy, how much support, training we would want, like anything else, they will give us the cost. So then, during the demonstration or after, we would decide, do we want this? And then we would decide what we want, and then we would decide how much, we can afford to pay. So for me, at this point in time, having all these months, and now I know Kathy's done a wonderful job of getting, how many months? 4? 3 months reconciled? It's several, I don't know how many. I know I haven't looked in that packet yet because I've been so busy. Several months reconciled. And she did it, the hard way with QuickBooks.
The easy way. They have their method.
Well, for me, I'm
It's
afraid
pretty
it will be
easy.
the hard way. But
And
on top of the reconciliations, that's just one little part of it. I am responsible, and this is where I say this is really on me. I am responsible for the financials. And my year of accounting was a long time ago. In December, we interviewed and took a proposal from an accountant, and I think, we went a long way about him also, but now I have a signed contract. I can call him because we have the information now, and he can come in and schedule some time. I also have another accountant who's an Edenville resident, who is very familiar with QuickBooks and government accounting, who came in and met with me and offered to come in and help. So I'm happy about that too. He's a really cool guy, old retiree, but he knows his stuff. So
where are we going with this?
I would like, so I'm saying this, for the financial aspect, I'm asking for your help. I'm asking for you to help me get the SNA in as quickly as possible.
Does it cost us to reschedule a demonstration?
No.
Does it cost us to have that? So we can
No.
I think that's the
Yes.
next step.
Yes, yeah.
So,
And it
is
is required. As I recall, it
That
was,
is required.
as I recall, it was scheduled via Zoom. And considering the.
you can do it from your office at Delta.
I wasn't bringing myself up, but I'm considering that what we have going on, Zoom would be, I think, an
Yes.
ideal way.
The
So
deputies can join.
how
in.
far out, how soon can we,
Okay.
or how far out do they schedule?
I
or
would
how
like
can
to
we-
make a motion
Okay.
that, we schedule the,
Could I add some information that
Yes.
I know from BSNA? BSNA, oh. excuse
I
me.
was going to
Make
make
a
a
motion.
motion.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I've
Well,
been trying to,
we've, everybody was
out
talking,
parts.
so I.
You're right, and that's my fault, I'm sorry. So I should have done the motion right at front, Kathy, I'm sorry. So I would like to make a motion that the BSNA demonstration be rescheduled as soon as possible with all board members and deputies invited. I can work with the account representative to get the potential rescheduled dates out in an email to everyone, exactly what we did for February 26th. So that's the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Now we can talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so when I had a couple conversations with the BSNA client for Edenville Township, and he explained the process, and he does invite the 90-minute Zoom meeting so they can go over and explain the details, the different modules and such. And then the timeline will depend on what modules we'll be doing, and that will be more likely next year. By next year, they would probably be able to install it. They've had a very busy year this year, updating different townships around Michigan, particularly to the cloud, because that's all that they have. That they're probably going away from servicing and supporting the .NET version that we currently have in the office. And so in that process, then they evaluate and come back with a quote for us in what we determined would be of the most use. And I'm estimating, based on the conversations and the little bit of information as far as cost goes, we're probably looking at, I don't know, $80,000 to over $100,000 just for the basic modules. And that's installation. And that's a wide ballpark figure that I'm estimating based on the conversations that I had with him about 3 months ago or so. And so then with that, they do provide 2 weeks of training. Now, I will say this, that I've done a lot of consult too around the county. The county has .NET, BSNA, same version as us. And so moving to cloud will cause some variance there as far as how we communicate back and forth between us. Some in the county have advised us to, if you can, hold off in this, because they feel like there's gonna be another option coming to Midland besides BSNA cloud. And then to the last thing I was gonna say was, they provide training, but then the implementation part of it means that they can do some of the data transfer from QuickBooks into BSNA, but not in the current condition of our QuickBooks. So we have a lot of cleanup to do in terms of being able to transfer the data to BSNA. So really, it's a matter of priority. How does the board want to move ahead with this? Do we need to rush into it? I would say no, we don't need to rush into it. Do we need to get along? Yeah, I think so, especially if no other option besides BSNA cloud version is available. We are gonna need something in the future.
Hope did this for 2 years ago. They transferred the BSNA. And from my conversations with Rita and Carol, they've been so grateful. They did say it was a difficult transition initially. But with the leeway, you know, if it isn't available, like as you said, until next year, depending on what we order and what their time frame is to do that, seems like it probably buys us some time anyway to get our QuickBook accounts.
Oh, definitely.
The other thing we're gonna have to keep in mind is at some point, the version of QuickBooks we run on today is no longer sold.
Right.
It will
All
support
the
it,
more reason
but
why.
at some point it's going to support
They've already
And-
talked about that.
BSNA indicated to me that they were going to drop support for the .NET or the current version that we run for tax and special assessment. So like, in general, it's probably good to get this scheduled and we'll ask some questions.
Yep.
See where we go.
I think we need to get the ball rolling. I don't think it's a rush, but I think to get that demonstration scheduled, I think that's,
Rescheduled, yeah.
or rescheduled.
Yeah, we missed it, and now we're over a month past that, and
Okay.
it makes me sad that, 6 months ago, we could have, we were talking about it, and now we're 6 months later, and we just lost a month and a half, so, yes, I will do that, I'll get it scheduled with them and get it, out to everyone. You'll have choices, they said lots of choices.
So any more discussion, because I think we've kind of got a
No.
consensus.
I think we're good, I don't want to go for a vote, and this is just a 90-minute demo that won't cost anything, so we could just do a consensus from them.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We got it, let's go.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, and I wanted to say, to see that we have, 2.7 million, is that what I'm saying? In investments and general fund monies, I think that we can afford to upgrade our software. It is a big thing, will make a big difference in our efficiency, I believe.
There may be opportunities for grants if we do plan this out a little bit. Because I've talked with other townships who have gone this way or upgraded from .NET to the cloud version. And there are ways to, if we plan ahead and plan it out,
They offer
we
to
can,
let us pay over,
find help in paying for it. And
they offer to let us pay over budget years as well, so tax collection years. So I saw an email as it was, came in tonight, do I have to order review pay?
But that's just, yeah, I.
You got it, okay. Okay, that's
You ought
okay,
you ought to be good for that. If not, let me know.
okay. All right.
Tool it up.
So I apologize, you did not get payroll in the trustee package like normal. I really, I need to ask for your help on this, so I like to maybe try to get it out the first week of the month, because we have to get the payroll out by the 15th, that's the law, the state law that says 15th of the month. Quarterly and semi-annual, this is a quarter, are bigger payrolls, but, so if you have a committee or a commission or a subcommittee of some kind, I know you're gonna probably have planning pretty soon. I need to have those sheets in, right after the meeting, so the pay sheets. So if you have a meeting and you're not familiar with what to do or how to turn it in, give me an email or a call and I'll make sure you get the sheet and so I can get those.
I dummied up before.
No, it looked fine, it looked like the form, it looked fine. He did, and it was much better than the.
Email it.
So I think you should redo a lot of the forms. That was nice. So I just looked at it when I was walking in, so I didn't get a good look at it, but thank you for that. So we'll just put that aside. We got that. So payroll will go out. I have the two things I needed for payroll. Payroll, BSNA, the special bills. Okay, so then we had a couple of questions, whoops, on the bills. So we'll just hopefully do those really quickly and then some financials and, get everybody started. So. So we had a bill in here that, Jenny, you put a note on that says no. So I just wanted to make sure that we go through these, individually. We don't want to just approve the packet when there are questions, right? So that evaluation of a blighted tree, under an ordinance. And so I, just something to say here about this, that, I hope after hearing Cindy and having some exchange with her and with Crystal about how wonderful the training and with Katrina. So I was really sad because this arborist was referred by the Peters. I didn't know him. I didn't realize he had cleared out our area at Swanton Hall in the past, where they do the weddings back behind the hall now. I've been there a couple times and they have weddings. So I didn't know that, but when I met with him and toured the cemeteries, he was such a wonderful person, knew every tree, everything about him, pointed out a lot of stuff to me. And I just thought, wow, we've got gold here. So he did some work in the old cemetery, and then he came back to do some work in the new cemetery. And I met with him down there. We did a walkthrough and he pointed out all of the issues. And while we were there, I also knew that, is Greg here, Eagle? I don't see him. So Greg Eagle and I have been working together on a few ordinance problems that he's had. He's requested that I help him at different times. I've gone out on my own time, at my own expense, and I don't mind, to help him get photographs or take a look-see at something. Also, we all know, I think, that our ordinance for blight violations allows people to make that complaint to any board member by phone or by written walk-in. So there are some complaints that go to Greg from board members, because that's how we wrote them. And one of the complaints that I received that I sent to him was about the tree that has the fence gate on it. And we allowed that property owner to put his political signs hanging from a tree against our ordinance, because I think we all felt we didn't want to have a confrontation about political signs.
What's that got to
because we
do
were
with the bill?
all-
Yeah.
Right?
You're
Well,
talking
you
about-
asked about the 810 checks I'm getting.
Yeah, I did. I'm asking, you
So-
asked, you sent the guy for a quote, correct?
Well, so can I explain that?
Well, this sort of, let's get to where it's going.
Yeah,
We asked the person, give me a quote on a tree on here.
Well, but that's not accurate.
That's unusual.
Accounting, that's not
But they're
accurate.
paying for a quote.
So I'm working with Mr. Eagle on several cases. On this case, I gave him the complaint, and he said he would look into it. We, as a group, did not complain about, and when we took office, we did not complain about the tree gate on the tree until I said I would think that we should follow up with the ordinance and take signs down. Then the sign was still there. And then it became a thing to the public that the tree is no longer needed to hold up political signs. It's beyond the 30 days. So perhaps now we should look at taking that fence gate off the tree because it violates our ordinance, okay? So when Greg and I looked at that tree, I said, this tree is fully dead. And I honestly have driven by that all summer long, out campaigning, and never saw that that tree was dead. Never even really looked at the tree because I didn't look at the signs because they were the last word. Anyway, so Mr. Eagle sent a letter about that tree. And he came back and emailed me and said, he's not gonna comply, it's beyond the time. He said he's not taking that out of the tree, he's not cutting that dangerous tree down. So I don't know, it's gonna have to go to a ticket. I said, well then, he said, he told me he didn't want me to contact him anymore. So he said, all I can do is mail him the ticket and it'll go to court. I said, okay. Now, I'm not a real smart person about ordinances and zoning and stuff, Jim. You know more than I do. You've been around this stuff a long time. I'm sure Art does. But I do know about going to court with a ticket, and most often you have to be able to prove what you say in the ticket. And you have to be able to bring in an expert in some cases. I did it all the time. So Greg knows the ordinance part. He knew, and he explained to me, you can't put signs on the trees. And you definitely shouldn't put extra weight on a tree that's leaning into the road fully dead. After getting the information from Mr. Eagle, I said to the tree guy when he was here, because he is an arborist, he was at the new cemetery. I said, listen, we got this tree down the road. This guy doesn't want to cut it down. could you just look at it for me? And if you say that it's not a problem, then we're just gonna let this go. And we'll let him hang his fence gate up there forever and a day if that's what the board wants to do. But could you just look? He said, absolutely. He drove about 200 feet down the road. He got out of his truck and he looked at me and I was already parked. And he said, he started laughing and he said, on a scale of 1 to 10, that tree's over a 10. He said, that tree will take the top off a car if it falls at the right time, on the right car, at the right speed. He said, I've seen it, trees and cars, kills people. He looked up at that tree and he said, I can tell you it's not only fully dead, but look it down here on the ground. It's breaking off. The whole trunk is breaking off the ground. He took out of the new cemetery, took 2 trees that were like that, broke at the bottom. He
Did you
said,
ask him to look at it?
absolutely, I just said, I
And that
asked him to drive
cost us-
down from the new
that cost us
cemetery to look at the
$125
tree.
to look at it.
That is his expert evaluation. Now, you
We
paid,
haven't asked anybody
hold
for a
on,
quote.
I'm talking,
We always ask
you
for a
paid
quote.
$500 to Karen's neighbor to take that pine branch out of the cemetery, so don't talk to me about $125, please, Jim. That's, you know, let's not go there.
It's the way we did it. We don't
Let's
ask
not
for quotes and then pay for it.
When Greg Eagle goes to court to defend them, does he come to you and ask to have the expenses approved ahead of time?
You asked for a quote, correct?
Okay, I asked for an evaluation.
We're paying
Listen.
for, wait a minute, let's answer my question. We're evaluating something, we're gonna pay for it?
Absolutely. Actually, let me tell you this.
I think.
He
Baytime
wanted to
did
charge us
work
to
for us
evaluate the trees in the
before,
cemetery.
And they did
Did the
a quote
cemetery.
for free. They came out here, did a quote
Not for
for
us.
free,
In the
and
cemetery.
then
gave
we
us
paid
quotes.
for his work.
No, when he did the cemetery work, when he came out and evaluated this old cemetery, the first work he did that I was involved in, he said, listen, normally I charge for this. I know you said that you thought he would do it free, and I was a little embarrassed when I said, well, they said you would, he said, well, he said, if you hire me to do it, I won't charge you for the evaluation, but if you're not gonna hire me and you're gonna hire somebody else, because when he came out, he didn't know we were putting it out for bids, and I worked with Craig Gosen about this. Craig said, put it out for, don't let me get into all that. We'll do that another time. Craig's the one that said, put it out for bids, and the West from the tree company said, if you're putting it out for bids, then I'm gonna charge you for the evaluation. But yes, Jim, I sent him down and I asked him to evaluate that tree, because if he would have said, you don't have to worry about that tree, it's not gonna fall on the road, you got another
How many dead
25
trees
years.
We have on West Suffolk Lake.
Jim, I'm not gonna go there with all that,
I'm
because
not gonna
we
go
talked
there either.
about
There's
blight.
a lot of dead trees on our roads.
When we have blighted one address in our township, we do not sit at this table and point out all the other blight as a reason why not to enforce that house. I see a lot of people in this room that have complained about blight at a particular place. You do it one at a time when a complaint comes in. You cannot sit here at this board table and say, well, we're not gonna do blight on West Shear Road because there's blight over here and
I
over here
said
and over
we
here.
don't pay for quotes. I've never
We
paid
do.
for quotes
Well,
ahead of time.
Well, that's common practice for people to give it a professional evaluation. It's not a quote.
Then we should
It's
have
a
had board
professional
approval for
evaluation.
that.
You
We should have had
something
board
come up.
approval
And,
for that, evaluation.
and I agree. I was working with Greg on this and I
So I
did not
think it
think
was-
about board approval, but you're right, Kathy.
Yeah.
Next time, if the blight enforcement officer has to get some kind of an evaluation, we will ask for board approval on the whole thing, because this came up. Now, as far as you were talking though, you were talking about the estimate for the work. What he said, and he did this because he's a nice person, he said, listen, when I write up the evaluation on the tree, I'll put an estimate. So if the guy wants to call me and have it taken down, or if the township goes to court and has to have it taken down, you'll know what the cost, so the judge can order what he needs to do. So that's why he put it on, because he's a good person and he's thorough, and he did us a favor by doing that, so he didn't have to come back. So the guy did the guy a favor. Hey, look, I can take it down for you for this much. So if you don't want to approve this bill, that's okay. That's your prerogative. But I think that you should know everything about it before you make that decision. I want to say one more thing about this tree person. So over the weekend, somehow, and I don't know how, because it was over the weekend, and this did not go out in an email anywhere. some people, well, no, not some people. So, over the weekend, Guy Gaskell, who is Kim Gaskell's husband, former treasurer, found out that this was going to be in the board packet. And he found out that I was working with Greg on that particular complaint. I don't think that very many people knew either of those things or both of those things, but somehow he got that information. So Guy Gaskell wrote online that he thinks it's interesting that we were charged $125 for an estimate, but it's not an estimate, it's a professional evaluation by an arborist who drove 40 miles here, one way.
He was already here. You said he was just.
Well,
200
that's
feet
true,
down.
that's true.
Yeah.
Then the clerk submitted it for payment. I hope the board tells her and the tree company to pound sand, and they stop accepting any bids from that company for any future work. And he goes on to talk about how I am working with the code enforcement officer. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm gonna take every god darn complaint that comes across my desk. I'm gonna give it to him, and we're gonna clean up this in township how we can. I've said that from day one. I said it all summer long to people I campaigned with. And I'm gonna follow through on that, like it or not, support me or not. I'm here to tell you I'm going to. So
So whose complaint was this?
then,
What complaint
then we had a further comment
started that
from Karen Carey
process?
about, this,
Tammy, can you put on-
yes.
When did you get that information, just a question, because
Which
I didn't look
information?
at the bills until Sunday night.
I know. So somebody knew that this was going to, somebody told Guy Gaskell that it was going to the board today.
All right.
Somebody that knew, somebody that saw the packet that I left this weekend. So somebody's sharing information out to the public, and the public is coming back and saying, and so you know what this guy said to me? He sent me a text, you know what he said? He said, if they don't wanna pay it, don't pay it. I don't want any trouble, and I don't want my name dug through dirt. I gave an evaluation as a professional when you asked me to. And that's what we needed to complete this ordinance enforcement. If whoever cut that tree down, and you know why they cut it down? Because Greg and I talked and I said, listen, maybe we should just, in fact, no, Greg sent me an email from Florida, because you know he was in Florida when I was doing stuff for him. He sent me an email from Florida and he said, maybe we should ask the county to, look at it for enforcement. So when he came home, he did. And Art came out in his truck and went over and looked at it and said, well, it's only a couple inches in the county road right away, but it is a county road, and if it falls, it's gonna go on the county road. And guess what happened the next day? Somebody cut the tree. Thank you. Now, I've been told since then that Greg and Art have made a deal that they're not gonna enforce the sign ordinance against this man. They're gonna let him hang signs in the tree. All I'm gonna say is what I said to Greg.
Actually, Greg and I talked, and I said, the American flag was allowed to be flown. That's a federal law.
I have your emails.
And that's all he and I ever discussed, so.
I have your emails. He sent them to me when you talked to me. So let me just say this. What I told Greg was that I'm okay with that if that's what the board wants to do. But then the board has to go to the planning commission, and I'm gonna ask the planning commission to change the ordinance, because it is not fair to have ordinances on our books that some people, if they're loud enough or they know somebody, they get away with non-enforcement. When other people that don't complain, like this lady who got a citation from the ordinance officer for a leaning pole, and guess what she did? She did not complain. She did not stamp her feet and yell and scream and go to other board members and scream and anything. She fixed it.
Can we get back to those, please?
I have a question, and I'm not even sure if it's relevant anymore, but it's a question that I'm trying to wrap my brain around. The blight enforcement really took hold under the last administration when we hired an ordinance enforcement officer, so I'm still relatively new to the entire process. Greg Eagle's our first and our only ordinance enforcement officer. Jerry Cole was first, you're right, he resigned and then we hired Greg. Greg's the only one I've worked with. Is there precedent when we're looking at any type of blight complaint? I don't wanna talk about people, I don't wanna talk about particular instances, I'm just asking about general policy. Is there precedent or
Last
lawful
year,
requirements?
Sanford. You guys got, you got board approvals.
Okay, and I'm not sure I'm gonna ask this the right way, so please bear with me, but what I'm trying to figure out is, if Greg says, or whoever the ordinance enforcement officer says, this is a violation of whatever ordinance, and then when he comes to give his report to the board, is there always a request for this type of work prior? Does he have any kind of leeway to have some of this homework done? I mean, I'm trying to, I hate for this person to not be paid. I think it should have probably come before the board first. Fine, but this is someone who's done work for us. I'm assuming he's done good work for us. Never met the person. We never looked at the contracts and voted whoever this person is. But so I would hate for him to not be paid. Should have been done a different way, possibly. That's my ask. Do you know, does anybody know here, does the ordinance enforcement officer have that kind of ability to have some of this homework done under his own, because he's got his own budget, he's got his own, we've made light a priority, and even though Township
In
3
the
years ago.
past, if you recall, we have a complaint form. That complaint form would come into the office, it would come to these meetings, it would come to this meeting, we'd all look at it, okay? Okay, we'll leave that one alone, go after this one. We'd just sort of make a choice on the blight or
According to the budget.
whatever it was, discretion. Only act on complaint forms that they come in. We don't go around looking, driving around, looking for a tree that's fallen down.
We didn't see complaint
Or
forms,
flag.
and we'd see an
But that
Excel
was the
file.
past precedent.
We'd see an Excel file.
It's just we
name,
hired
address,
Greg, he's gone,
and
he has
what
a
type
little bit more broader, and he's done good, don't get me wrong, he's done good what he's doing. We need to wrap this up, it's just, but anything like this should come in front of the board, so we can
I
make a
didn't ask
decision
it the right way.
prior to it happening.
So when Greg brings his spreadsheet in, which is very similar to his pay sheet, there's lots of things on there that I pay him for that don't come before this board. They come in the form of a paycheck to him, but you don't see that. So when he has expenses to go to court, they don't normally come before this board. Now, we had a blight cleanup that was thousands of dollars and done under a court order. When you can't compare the Berthone cleanup with this. This is $150 you're talking about for a
Compared anything,
for a-
we said, we had a complaint form was to go out.
right, but the complaint
That's it.
forms don't come here and we look at them.
We look
They
at-
go
We
right
did.
to Greg.
We used to,
We look at Greg's report.
We look at Greg's report after,
but we used to have at this meeting.
but not this board, these people.
I just said,
And I haven't seen it as long as I've been going to board meetings,
I
since
understand.
2023. I have not seen,
I said, since we hired Greg, it is.
okay,
transpired
you're
a
right,
little bit.
things changed since you hired Greg. Yes, you're right.
Guys,
Thank
can
you.
we get back on task? And get back
So-
to the bills?
So yeah, right, so we're discussing this bill because Jim put a big no on it.
Well, I said,
And I need
because
to
didn't
pull
come
it
in
if
front
it's
of
not
us
gonna
to
be
begin
paid.
with. That was my biggest thing. You should have said to the board, hey, guys, I got this, I want to have, it's gonna cost us money to do this, what do you think?
Okay,
That'd have
so
been a nice
next time, you're right, next time Greg has an issue, if I'm working with him on a complaint, and he needs something, like we talked about this one extensively, believe me, lots of emails to Florida and back, and phone calls. If this comes up again, and Greg needs an expense with something, and I'm involved, I will make sure that I talk with him about bringing it before the board, and like Kathy said, really, this came about because the guy was 200 feet from the tree that day. And I was out there walking around with him and I just said, hey, can you look at this tree? And if the guy would have said, this is not a problem, you don't need to worry about this, that would have been the end of it. And I would have said, Greg, listen, the expert evaluation said, don't worry about the dead tree, because that's really what we were looking at. The complaint that came to me was that tree is gonna fall, and it was someone, actually two people who said, so they had personal experience with that. So, okay, so do you want me to take this no off here and leave it in the bills to go through?
It's in the bills.
What did he say? What did you say? Put it over the bills?
It's in the bills.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's not
pulling it
approved.
out because
Oh, it's
when
not
I,
approved.
Crystal,
not
I,
approved. No.
don't
So
we pull
she's
these out
asking,
if there's
should
a
we pull
question?
it out of the bill?
We pull it out if there's a question.
Yeah, I think we should. I went through them and wrote down all my questions, and I called and talked to you about my questions.
Right, but there's a question on this one, and
Right.
my understanding is, in the bill packet, if there are questionable bills, I am supposed to pull them out at the board meeting and make sure that they're discussed. So I guess we want to pull this out and vote on this separately?
No, I don't think we should get into the practice of that. Fair point taken. We discussed this earlier. I think that it needs to come before the board and it should be part of Greg's communication to the board. We have this blight issue in front of us. Here's the expenses we're going to incur if we pursue this. And then we make.
And I'll take responsibility for
Where
this,
is
and
that?
actually,
Is Greg going to do that with this?
No, this
I
is
think
done.
we need
This
to-
is done.
if you want me to pull this out, this bill, I will tell the man we're not gonna pay it, because he's already upset
We
about
struggle-
someone sharing information from our office to the Gaskills and the Carries and slandering him online and saying we should never hire him again. He's upset about that, and I think that is just disgusting that someone in this township did that to him, when he has done nothing but good for us. I will actually pay him personally if you're that upset about it, if someone's that upset about it, because I like this guy.
What I'm trying to get at.
He did good work.
if you Just hang on a minute. We've said this before.
Hang on,
Any expenses come through the board approval.
I
That
understand
did
that this
not.
was a
That's
mistake
why I
on my
said no.
part, Jim, I apologize to you.
It's a
And
lesson
the
we
rest
all
of the
need to
board.
learn, that even when you go to order something, you know, on your debit card, you order 3 reams of paper, you should order it a case, because we have no copy paper in the office. I try to
That's a
make
different
copies.
bill.
You're-
That's a different bill. We're gonna get there.
You're talking about.
Anybody,
order for
if
the
you didn't make
office?
an order, just make a
You
case.
can order for the office, Jim.
No, I can't, I don't have a credit card for it.
You don't need a credit card.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me that, give me back my no paper.
We struggle in this township to get bids for the work that we need. I think the last thing that we need to do as a township is deface or give folks problems when it was us that made the mistake.
I made a mistake.
We as a board, I don't like finger pointing. I'm tired of the blaming.
But I'll take responsibility, but I did it.
Fine.
Give me my sticky note.
But do we just?
I'll save it for later.
That's it, look.
$125. I think we need to pay that. He's a.
We just have the procedure, it's gotta be done.
I apologize, Jim, I will remember that. You know what?
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
There's
it
more.
was
Okay.
Cole, it was-
There's more.
yes, there's
We need to
more.
keep moving.
There's more.
Okay, so, okay, so where's the one?
I noted most of them on the ledger.
Where's the one that, I just sent that to you, that
I had another one on attorney fees, that's all.
Yeah, so attorney fees, well, we actually, we have about 7,000 on attorney fees that aren't here tonight too. So we'll look for another day.
That was $877, so different.
And Jim, if you wanted to question the purchase from the office supply, so they don't they don't offer rings of paper, but I needed to order a stamp because my void stamp was dry, right? So we went online to order some stamps, and I said the paper was on sale for like the biggest pack, so I ordered a
Get a
pack.
bunch.
Okay,
If it's on sale, get a bunch.
you know,
So we can make copies.
spend money, don't spend money, spend money.
Burns office supply request.
There's a difference. Sure.
So there was a bill in here.
$877.50. Proposing the act.
Wait till you see next month's $800 return bill. I think my $800 bill is,
My only question is on Posiac bill, is we had an attorney on standby,
Yeah, here it is.
on
The township.
the township attorney, and then it went outside, that's all.
Kathy, you sent the bill that got sent back to me, after I wrote the check for reinforcement.
to move on with township.
You know what,
business
I'll
here.
find it in my packet here.
What else was in the bills that need to be?
Well, that we
gone
did,
over?
and we're gonna talk about that, but I'll find it. So, Jim, you can ask about the attorney, so let me just explain this, and you know what? This was a really good question. I am so glad that you put that on there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would have asked the same thing. Yeah, so I thank you so much. So these were for legal fees from February 17th through February 26th, okay? So, this is from a Midland attorney by the name of Andrew Thompson. And, I don't wanna get into all of that really old stuff, but on February, 12th, Kathy resigned, and then February 14th, I resigned. So, on February, 13th, I made a call to the county treasurer's office because we didn't have a treasurer, and I was concerned about collecting taxes. And she invited me to take a meeting with some county officials on Friday the 14th, so I did. So Friday the 14th, I took a meeting with county officials, and they told me a few things. One of the things they told me was, I can't collect taxes, because, and Katrina and I were collecting, but we couldn't anymore, because if there's no treasurer to appoint the people to collect, you can't do it, it's illegal. So we stopped collecting, bad us, but, and then the other thing she told us is that we needed to contact an attorney to follow through with some of the things that the county was telling us. So I spoke with the county treasurer, the county deputy clerk, and someone else, I can't remember who. So Jim, so in my meeting with the county officials, they suggested that the best attorney, municipal attorney that they knew was right here in Midland, and his name was Andrew Thompson. And they suggested that I contact him to see if he would take me on as a township on as a client, if he would talk to me, because they're very busy, and so she didn't even know if he would. So I did talk to him the following week, and I think the first day on here was the 17th. So I did have some email exchanges with him, and asked him, would he be willing to work with us, and so on and so forth, okay? So he sent me a proposal. I also contacted the attorney in Lansing that this board had been using and asked them for a proposal, because we had a special meeting scheduled for February 18th. And at that special meeting, I was going to bring both proposals from the attorneys. I had both of them in writing. In fact, I think I emailed you that I had them, and I was gonna have them there for the February 18th meeting. So when I looked at the proposals, Andy Thompson is a Midland attorney, so he lives like right here in Midland County, so he's really close. The other person is an Okemos attorney, so he's like 200 and some miles, a 200-mile round trip to the court system, where Andy is just right next to the courthouse, kind of. We have retained attorneys from this PDKST firm in the past, so we know them. And we have retained from Omar's firm in the past. They're both members of the MTA, longstanding members. They both specialize in municipal law. Andy's been doing municipal law for 22 years. In fact, he was corporate counsel for Genesee County.
That's what I just, why did you go?
Okay.
Why did you just?
Well,
go to-
you asked me,
Way too
well, when you asked me, why did I go to this attorney? I'm telling you. So let me tell you, okay? So, Andy Thompson came highly recommended by the Midland County Treasurer, highly recommended by officials in Lincoln Township who I called and spoke with. And his rate was $225 an hour. Kyle O'Meara has been 7 years legal experience, and he worked as an intern in St. Joe and Meridian Township prior to working for the firm. And his billing is $260 an hour. So when you ask me, how did I decide? That's how I decided. So I brought both proposals to the meeting on February 18th, but Jim, you were unable to attend the meeting. So we didn't have a forum to discuss the attorneys, but we had an emergency, and we had county officials, the deputy clerk and the treasurer, telling us we needed to get with an attorney to move forward. So Crystal and I shared, and we included you for the first week. We shared emails. I never actually personally met. It was all done through emails and phone calls. And we shared them with you until the following week, when I also had the proposals for both Kyle O'Meara and Andrew Thompson for the meeting that we were going to have on, I believe it was February 25th. But you were unable to participate in that meeting because you resigned, so I'm sorry, Jen. So we had to make the decision in an emergency situation, and we had to have an attorney. And I chose the attorney who had the most experience, was closest to the township. We've worked with their firm before, and he was, what is that, 40? I'm not good at math. You're good at math. What's the difference between 260 and 225? You said you're good at math. You're always
$40.
sipping on these.
Under $40.
$35 an hour or so. So I think that that was a good decision. And if you don't want to pay this man less money than you would have paid Kyle O'Meara, it says, no.
Why you didn't go inside the system?
I think that was a really good question, and I would have asked that question. Thank you so much for allowing me to answer your question. Okay, so, did you have a question, Kathy?
Yeah, so is that included in the board packet? Because I haven't seen any of these bills. None.
It's a, this,
I
It was
have
in the
not
trustee
seen any
audit.
of these bills.
It was
None.
in the trustee audit.
yeah.
So I'm not,
That's why
I'm not
my
included
question
in
came.
that workflow, so I haven't seen any of these bills.
Well, you could have looked at them today. They were in the office.
Well,
The right?
It's not
They were there all day
customary
today and
normally.
yesterday.
Not customary normally.
That's right.
If you don't, Kathy,
So
you're
we had
welcome.
started a workflow back in January, I believe, where, with the clerk, that the invoices would come through the treasurer, so we could verify we have money in the bank and so on. and so forth.
Let's get through the bills if we can.
Okay, so yes, so Kathy, I apologize to any board member, you also, these trustee packets are generally done the week before, Friday, we know that. I usually will email when they're ready so that you don't come in unexpectedly, but, so anytime that you would like to, they're at the office.
I've asked for it quite a few times in the past and never got that. So
It's always been there every month, Kathy. Okay, thank you.
So-
We'll move on.
Any
So-
more with the,
I have one other special bill that the treasurer pulled out and wanted an explanation for, but I'll find it, we'll just move on, because those were the only two. Crystal and I talked earlier, and Jim, you
I
have
got one
those
more.
two. Oh, you have one more? What's your other one?
Check number 3735 in the fire department.
So, yes, Crystal asked me about that, so what is the question?
Okay, grab the check on it, the bill.
I'm sorry?
Grab it, go ahead and get it. You know, 30, it's in the fire department. 3735.
Okay,
Take a look at the bill.
ADS Incorporated?
Yep.
Oh, that's the one with the tournament.
Yeah.
It has
I
what?
thought it was the fridge.
It's a $75 check. But the bill's $200. Just for your own.
Are you looking at 3735?
Right.
Okay, so the check is for $75.
Look at the bill is at 200 that Roger turned in. You got several bills there.
I think you're correct, Jim. I think the check should have been 7069. Oh, okay.
So, and then
3735, $75 check, right?
Oh, it's this one, okay. This one.
but you probably know you've got more here.
Yeah, isn't
You've
there
got
three
more
bills
here.
there?
So there's,
All right, so we got-
there's multiple,
All right.
and the total is $200, and the checks
That's
are
it. That's all. Just they do.
75.
Add another check.
Okay.
I'm not gonna win any votes, but I got a question.
So it looks like, so let me check this again, but it looks like I only paid one of the bills of 3.
Right.
So that would mean I'm gonna need to add the 2 other payments to it. Okay,
Okay.
thank you for pointing that out, Jen.
Crystal, I believe you have a comment.
They might have been kind of stuck together. I apologize.
Doesn't his bill say $200 on the face?
There's 3 bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just like, I feel like we've had some of these conversations before. Jim, I'm just wondering in the interest of time, maybe we could have these conversations before we're sitting at this table.
Certainly. If I knew what time we could get together.
Or, you know, just, okay, we're still learning and it's all still coming together and we agreed to a reset when Cindy was here, so I'm working under that auspice here, but going forward, if we have questions, you know, when I'm at the office, I call Tammy or I ask Kathy, or I say, I don't understand this doesn't make sense to me, please explain, I wanna understand, or I write notes on it. Just maybe in the interest of time, it might be useful to have these conversations.
Hopefully we can work out a work schedule, so we know when we can ask questions.
Jim, I sent you the email when the packet was ready.
Yeah, you get.
And so anytime you go in and look at it, like Crystal does, she went in today, so she got a hold of me and I was cooking soup for some cross players, but that's
And
okay.
her and I talked, and I seen if she'd been in yet, I told her what I found, and we normally do that before we go any further.
But
Maybe I overlooked something.
No, but you can
I
call
talked
me.
to my other cohort
If you
first, and then I said, okay, we both found the same thing, and she had a chance to talk to you before I did, correct?
I called when I was in today
Okay.
to review.
So Jim,
We talked this morning before I went.
so I apologize, it does look like these 3 invoices are together and I only paid one of them. So can we, thank you.
It's pretty simple, I have a check.
Yeah, because I would have to pay it with interest or something, that's not.
Right.
So can we prove the one invoice, no, cut a check for the other
Certainly,
two?
the check's already made.
Well, there's only one check made.
Well, I know that, but I still want to $75.
Yeah, so I'll pay the other, there's 3 invoices from this company and I only paid one.
And then
My
just write
mistake.
on there for next month, the remaining 125, so that we're all. that we
Yeah,
know.
so can we send the check out? Are you okay
Yes.
with that? Okay, all right, great, thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing my attention, that's my attention, because I would have found out next month that it would have been not as good. as my
Anything
note
else
right now.
from the bills?
Anything else, Jim?
Just when I talked about a couple other ones, we just wanted, they didn't see the information about the refrigerator plan. I talked to Roger, it was a 5-year plan, so we're good.
Yeah, we approved that money already and
Warranty.
I wrote the check for him so he can go take it over and get the.
Okay.
And I called the lady. Oh, so I called the lady at Lowe's because the invoice said the price expired in 30 days, which was up. So I called them over the weekend and they said, yes, they'll give us that price. So.
Good.
Found that out. Yeah. But did I
I
write
did
that
have
down?
one just minor question.
I put a note in it? Okay.
Will you, and what they talked about last week on the procedures going back and forth between the clerk and the treasurer.
Yeah.
Some of the checks were signed by you, some were not.
Thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to explain that because I knew
Yeah,
you were,
I
I thought you would
was
ask.
looking at that.
The first few I printed, I signed them. And then I thought, you know what? I would rather not sign these until they're approved because of the situation where somebody was, Cindy said, you know, you can take a check with one signature to the bank and they'll cash it.
Well, I know that, but.
So I would feel more comfortable now, once you've approved these, I'll go through and sign them and pass them on to Kathy.
Good.
And I try hard to get these trustee packets done the week before. So usually Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in there and email you. So you can contact me anytime. Kathy, please feel free to go through the trustee audit packet any point in time you want, and there are any questions, and you know, that might be helpful to me, Kathy, if you could do that, because then if you,
That's what we set up, remember, in January?
yeah, so if you go
When
through,
Kim and Kim and and you
I
worked
don't
through
remember
that,
anything.
and you did it 1 month and then you dropped it. But, it was a workflow with the
Yeah.
invoices, and I shared it with Crystal today, so.
So, yeah, so you could go through
It works well,
this trustee audit package anytime.
and it would probably save some of these.
I'll find that
Steps.
bill. It's a check that's already written. It's in here somewhere.
Do we have a motion for the bills?
So move.
Second.
We're spending money.
I moved that without my
You
approval.
did? Okay.
Yes, I could.
Okay, so
We did it before, Mark, it's just, we did it before.
I have a comment. I've got some further information, but let's go ahead and finish this. We've got a motion and a second to pay the bills. We're spending money, so it'll be a roll call vote.
okay, Starkey.
Now, if you want to discuss it, you can.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Right. You can-
Well, yeah, I've got a comment from the last month, though. Tell Crystal after.
Oh, this is different?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Kay Peters,
Yes.
Jace Burling,
Yes.
sorry, I'm just reading from the sheet. A Peters,
No,
and I will vote yes.
and the reason I voted no was I was unaware of the packets out there. In the future, I'd very much like to see if we could get a list of all the checks. When you put that packet together, email us out, just here's the soft copy, the inventory, not necessarily checks, but checks, but the list of the checks and the sources. That'd be helpful.
I'm not sure what you're asking. So what do you want?
So it's an itemized line list, a list of every,
Check,
payment going out and the
So there is-
vendor, the amount.
just email it to us.
An
You got it,
itemized-
soft
So you
copy.
want me to copy all,
No.
create a report for you?
No, just a list of the checks you're paying. Nice.
So,
What about the ledgers that she
yeah,
puts
so that's,
together?
I
for
Yeah.
printed
each
it
fund?
out.
Yeah,
The
just
ledgers. for
email
each
that.
fund.
That'd be great.
Thank you. So you want these emailed ahead of time when I do the trustee
Yeah,
audit?
that'd be awesome.
Does that have the check numbers on it?
Yes.
Check number, vendor,
Yep.
and amount.
No, that's not it.
I'll show you.
So,
It should be just a
now,
simple walk to
Crystal, I
the
have a
printer
follow-up.
and fax them to your,
That'd
scan
be
them to you.
perfect. Last month you asked about a bill to Omera, and it was regarding what I thought was my call to him regarding when I resigned. I got some counsel and some information and help pulling the meeting together. I followed up after you questioned me. It turns out that they did not charge me for that because that was a very quick in and out call. That in fact, the bill was due to the clerk's emails to him. And that the research and time to respond.
I think that's on there now. We got it $7,000.
So-
And I think at that meeting, we also agreed that we would,
Yep.
that from moving forward, this board would approve, unless it's an emergency situation or something like that.
Yeah,
We would
no, I agree.
have a discussion, so no one is just wrapping up.
Nope, I
Even
agree,
Cindy
but,
said that that was best practice when she was here, so, yeah, all good.
so, but that was, yeah, that, I said, I made that call, it turns out my call was a freebie.
Nice. I want some of that luck. Yeah, thank you for the clarification, I appreciate that, but I think moving forward, we have a better agreement.
All right. Financial reports.
I think we're on to official correspondence.
No, we
No,
went through
we have to
that.
do the financial reports.
We did review of bills and now we're on 10C.
So there was no correspondence? And A? Just asking.
I called for it.
Okay, fair enough.
Do we have correspondence? We have correspondence, yes, we
No.
do.
I don't know. do we?
Financial, we have financial reports.
We have, well, is that what, oh, yes, we do. That's for, purchase report. Those were in the packet, right?
Didn't we already review the bills? Or like that's what we've been.
Yes.
Yeah,
We did the bills, now we're financial reports.
So,
We had, following that, we had a listing, a quarterly review of all the.
yeah, did I not? email all those out?
Yes, you did,
Okay.
and it's in the packet.
It's in
Are
the
there any
packet.
questions?
Oh, the P&Ls.
Well,
Yes.
they're not anything that I would wanna take to the bank.
I just want to say we got them. I think we're gonna have to spend some time crawling through them.
So,
And
There's a few we're gonna have to adjust.
Are you
Yeah.
talking about this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
financial
you know.
report. Yeah, we're gonna have to look at, they're in the minus already.
Yeah.
Going to the, we still got a couple more months of the year to go. We didn't budget in certain items, in certain areas that zeros, we just need to.
You know, one of the things that jumped out at me is I saw we paid a financial planner. And it turns out when you look at the invoice, it was really the audit. And so there's just some things I know we're gonna have to go through
Go back and look at it.
on that, but this is a first starting point.
yeah, so back on February 3rd, I think I made the board aware by email that there are some things that we need to look at as a group, and I confirmed it with a couple of different people, one with Cindy, that these are not decisions that I can make, and it's not even an expertise that I have. So we agreed back in December that we would pay for the accountant to come in and give me a 20-year refresher on financial reporting. I can't look at this and see things jump out at me the way somebody like you probably can, Art, because you have so much experience with this and all your past jobs and everything. So I would lean heavily on you and the trustees who have been doing financial and budget, profit and loss budget versus actual for the last 4 or 5 years. Jim, 15 years you've been doing it, to help me with this. And so I'm gonna say that, like you did.
No, I
like,
just
this
said we
is-
got this.
This is too much for tonight.
Right.
Because if we go through these profit and loss statements, I did make some notes on some of them. There's adjustments that need to be made. And we all have to do that together. There's some glaring things, like just, for example, in the Metro Act, we have no money spent so far in the budget year. And I didn't do these for the
When's our
quarter.
budget workshop coming up?
April 22nd.
Okay.
We'll start, yeah.
That's, we'll start with this, at that.
Well, so we have budgeted $230,000 as income for the Metro Fund. That's pretty significant. We don't, Kathy, what do we normally get in for receipts on the Metro Fund?
So I guess what we probably ought to do is prioritize. How are we gonna, how are we going to do that? I know in December, we did vote to go ahead with updating the budget in QuickBooks to match the GAA, which was approved in
But that-
July 9th, 2024. Due to the audit that was done by Neil Hammerbacher, he included a list of errors that needed to be corrected
Yeah.
in the general ledger, and he knew what those were.
He didn't
And,
share those.
and then the other thing too is that, the GAA is never perfect. And so that was gonna be our starting point for budgeting, is to have everything updated. And there wasn't much off, I don't think, from the GAA.
Did you
In
compare them?
terms of
Did you-
what was in QuickBooks. And so that's a pretty easy comparison, in terms of QuickBooks versus GAA, and then updating that.
Were you able to
So
look at
that
Kathy?
these reports then would be, the budget line would be matching the GAA.
Were you able to look at that, Kathy?
And so,
Make that comparison?
no,
Oh, okay.
but in
it sounded like you
some
did.
of the line items, absolutely.
I was gonna
I
ask
did.
you if you saw anything that we could add in the notes.
Well, for anyone who does it, you take the GAA and sit down in QuickBooks and you go line item by line item and just compare it. And if there's any changes that need to be made, that would be made by
If
the
you have
clerk.
noted that even me, want to pass them on, that would be really helpful to me.
Well, that's a review part of your statutory duties, so,
All right.
yeah. to bring that up to date.
Okay, so, if there's adjustments, we should probably, I can't do that, so we should probably plan a time, either you and I kind of go over it and then bring it to the board.
Well,
That would be
adjustments
your
come
help.
with all of us.
Well, what I'm saying is though, if the supervisor and I can sit together and go through it, because he really has a lot of expertise in this, then we could bring it to the board and make suggestions. Isn't that what's normally done?
No, we have a budget hearing.
No.
Well, no, not for the
No,
budget,
So what?
Talking GAA?
not,
Right,
not,
yes.
not for the
yes,
budget.
You're right, yes.
Tim, not for the budget. We'll have a budget hearing for those. I'm talking about the, budget versus actual, because quarterly or monthly even.
Cindy recommended monthly.
Yeah, monthly is, a lot of people do it monthly. So, and I didn't do a quarter on this report. I actually did our entire fiscal year up to now, so that we could look at where we're at. We were 75% into the year, so we should have 75% of, or 25% of our money left, or we should make adjustments. But normally, didn't bring this to the board and make suggestions where we might need to make adjustments, and then the board would look at it.
Terry did it very differently than Craig did it.
Okay.
So I think there's precedent both ways,
Okay.
but I think the most efficient use of time,
Yeah.
and I hate to be the person who keeps harping on
No,
that,
that's
but is that the supervisor and the clerk met and had recommendations or suggestions to bring to the board, and there's
Sure.
changes that can be made to the board as approved. Otherwise, we go line by line through each of these sitting here, and
I
you
saw
know,
it done both ways with the
yes.
prior board. Yes, I did.
I agree. So again, I think there's precedent either way. I think it's a fair for everyone to look at it, but then perhaps the two of you look at it and then.
Well, the other thing is maybe we can workshop this. You and I sit down, we can
However you
invite
wanna
other,
do it,
yeah, we
I'm
can
gonna
invite.
follow your lead on it.
Okay.
Okay, so you have the reports, Jim, Kathy, you have the reports, Crystal, so you can look at it at your leisure. And then maybe send any suggestions to Art, and then when we can schedule the time, we'll sit together and we'll try to make some recommendations. Get some things done. And in the meantime, yes, in the meantime, I have plans to work with the accountant and get better at the things I don't know.
Okay.
And so I can be, hopefully more value to everyone. Okay.
All right,
Could I add something here? Wasn't he going to help you correct those errors that he pointed out when we first?
He
Got
was,
into
but
office.
we have not met yet because there was, we won't dig up the past and bring up all the issues.
Well, we have to
haven't met yet.
correct those in QuickBooks,
He,
is what
he,
he recommended.
yes, he's going to help make corrections.
Okay,
He is.
that's what I was
But we won't say why we haven't yet, because that doesn't need to be said. Okay. We'll just move on.
10D, cemetery report.
Okay, we do have something there. I am not the cemetery manager, but I assume that you would want me to speak here. Is that true?
That or the cemetery manager, I'm open.
Well, so that, I think, is something we need to touch on. My agenda down. I'm getting lost here.
Here's my agenda.
No, I have it right here, I have notes on it. I have too many papers. I gotta find it right in.
There's a great poem called Papers Come at Me.
So we missed the official correspondence.
10A.
Yes. So Kathy, there was an official correspondence from you. Did you want to read that? You're more than welcome to. That's totally up to you. It was recommended by Cindy that we not,
We'll just include it in the packet.
okay, thank you, we'll just do that. So I just wanted to recognize that, so you're not overlooked with that. That can wait till
According to your
later.
worksheet, we removed the 3 trees out of the cemetery, we got rid of the old shed, so that's the 2 things around the cemetery worksheet.
I know, Mr. Supervisor will have to say what we're gonna discuss.
I mean, that's what update that we need.
Right.
You tell me
Well,
if you
is
want.
there anything else from the cemetery? I think Jim you summarized that.
Yeah,
piece
the
of work.
the
Is
two
there
things are on
anything
there
else?
that we had to
Yeah,
pay
that's the
for,
P and
so
L from that
Right,
fund. I-
we did
that's what
those.
I'm saying,
Is there anything
is the
else?
cemetery reserve.
yard maintenance.
Okay, he was talking about the financial report.
No, he was just commenting that was the work.
No, I
done
said
at the
that's,
cemetery.
Oh,
that's just the work that you have there.
Work done in the cemetery. So I think that's the only work that's been done, Jim.
Yeah.
There's a quote that I think we approved it, a work estimate for repair on those headstones that broke last year when that tree fell. So we haven't gone there yet, and I think that's it for that. But so the cemetery, I did have a motion to make and so my understanding is that the board approved to hire Brent Fetter as our, is he here? He's not here. As our cemetery manager, correct? And I was on vacation and there was some movement on that, so I'm not sure if you guys, I can't speak to that.
I think we voted to hire him and I don't know that,
That's all we did.
yes.
That what?
That's all we did. We hired him.
Who hired him?
The board did.
The
at
board
last
approved.
meeting.
So the board approved.
Approved that
Well,
only.
the board approved hiring him.
Okay.
It was on the table.
Did he accept the job?
I don't know.
I did, unofficially, unofficially, and, he said he'd be willing under, as long as it's a peaceful position.
Yeah, you don't want to say everything.
So
They don't talk back very often.
what?
They don't talk very often.
Jim.
Quite sure that was the reference, but I do that to myself. I
know myself.
I do that. I know, I ask all my friends, I do that on the regular, sorry, set myself up for those. But I don't, if no one is, are you willing to reach out to talk to him about the job, or are we gonna move forward with
Okay,
that, or? how-
So I think, yeah, so listening to the attorney, because I was able to watch that, after the fact. And listening to Cindy and understanding what they're saying, about policies, procedures, motions, being on the same page, all of that stuff. I heard them say something that I just loved. Set your goal, what you want to accomplish. Look to the laws to see if you can do it legally. Look to the MTA and all your other resources to find out how. So we want to have a cemetery manager, and we approved a person who has expressed an interest in accepting the job. And so, did I hear you say that you contacted him? And officially as a trustee? And did he say that he would accept the job?
Under peaceful circumstances, yes.
So he's qualifying it, so I think we should look for someone else.
It was, hey, how's it going? Not bad. You can take the job? Yeah, maybe. All right. It was kind of like that. So that's all I got. I mean, again, it wasn't,
I think he's a guy that's probably big holes. No, so, okay, so my motion, when I thought about this, I saw this on the agenda and I thought, well, what does this mean? So my motion is going to be that, that we make a formal offer to Brent, we onboard him, and we offer him the training, I should be writing this down. We offer him the training, the access to training and materials that he needs, equipment that he needs, and that we assign a direct report. And I'm willing to do that if the board would like me to, but if there is someone else on this board who would like to take that position, I am happy to pass it on.
I feel like that was part of our approval to hire him, right? We given
Yeah,
permission to
thank
do
you.
that. Let's do that.
We
So,
didn't say
but
that.
We didn't say that, and I think what Tammy's saying is maybe it's not her job to do it, but if you're willing to do it, I think we would all be grateful to do that, and
Yep.
ideally, we would have a cemetery manager in full force, soon.
So for me. No, I'm just kidding. So,
Might not
okay,
be up.
so seriously though, so we're gonna, make a motion that, we're gonna formally offer him position, do the onboarding, training, offer what he needs in the way of training and equipment, because I will tell you that we are lacking in some things.
That's why we have a cemetery, right, to pay for.
Yeah, and there is training available, there are manuals available, there are online trainings and so forth that are offered that, will make that all available to him. And, I will act as his direct report for now. If it comes a time that someone else would like to take that over and has an interest, I would be happy to transition. I don't know, I will qualify this by saying I don't know a lot about the cemeteries and the way they operate and what to do. The quantum software, Katrina and I spent one day, several hours, I think, trying to navigate. So that's something that still is out there to learn. So
So what's the motion?
I'm writing it out and then I'll restate it, I'm sorry.
In the interest of time, we'll come back to that. If we could, can we have a fire report, fire chief report?
We can. Roger's over there.
There he is, Roger. Yeah, well,
I'm sorry, I don't, okay, I don't go that right down here. I'm serious?
Watch it, watch the cord.
This is not a, you're, no,
Is that?
right here, she threw it, it hit me in the nose. And that was down there. Thank you.
Let the new rescue on you. It's after, let the new rescue on you.
you could.
All right, for the month of March, we had 18 medical calls, 2 call-offs, 1 lift assist, 2 wires down, 5 investigations. It gave us 28 for March. We had the fire extinguishers redone. Summit came out and did the annual inspection for the fire extinguishers for the department, Township office, and Swanton Hall. Our old guy that we used to have was Superior Fire, the owner guy, James, had retired. The proposal for, I gave you guys the proposal, I don't know if Tammy's seen it or not, to replace some fire extinguishers, in a 6-year, warrant of maintenance and stuff like that. I did testing, so I gave that paperwork to you. It comes up to $1,854 what it would be. But you don't have to do it all at once. You can do partials, just to let you guys know. So, I'm not there. Also, I know Chris is working on a grant, so we gave her a bunch of, we got their gear packs down to 4 at a time, so it'll be a little bit easier for her to get grants, hopefully. Try that. And also asking the board, I need to have, I'd like to have, the board to give me an update on our budget, because I like to know what we're at, because I like to see what we're having already on what we have there. So,
Just for the record, those are caps on those grants. I wish I had that kind of control, but
well, you try.
caps on those grants, so that's why we have to only order a few.
And I know Jill had some issues with her, because we ordered some stuff from Amazon. She used her personal card, but we have an account with Amazon, so we didn't get paid tax. So I know that's in the works right now.
It's in the back of the check.
Just to let you guys know that I will not do that anymore with using the credit card that we get.
Can I speak on that behalf?
Yes.
We had, during that time is when we did not have any card access or anything. We had a full arrest, we had to use our suction. It's not our choice, we had to use it, we needed backup. We've been to many calls where we've had 2 full arrests at the same time, so we wanna have one and we wanna have a backup. So the things I bought was stuff we needed now. We weren't gonna wait for the board to get along and to get a card or whatever. So that's why I did what I did. And I'll continue to do it if I have to for the township.
Thank you.
And I hope you guys can move things out.
So
This is getting deep.
can I just speak to Jill here? So Jill, I apologize that that check did not get to you. We had a little interim where January bills did not go out until March. So I do apologize that it's been there and I know that that's over here for you back up. We can sign it and hand it to you tonight if you
It's
like.
not the money, it's just.
I know, but let's do that while you're here. But
And,
But I will tell you this, that as far as I know, since I've been here and watching board meetings prior to this, whatever you need for the fire department, you are able to go out and purchase that. Well, you don't need to come to the board and ask for approval to purchase equipment or supplies or boots or whatever. It only needs to come after the fact, and you just need to know it's in your budget, and I can print an up-to-date financial report of your, you know, your budget. In fact, it is here in this packet, and I can actually give you a copy.
I'm trying to get, so we can start doing our budget, so we can get.
Exactly,
So I
exactly.
need to know information. Like I said, I tried to have, I've
I'll
had
give you
sometimes, so.
I'll give you my copy.
Yeah. And this is year to date. This is, so you should, we're 75% into the year.
Yep.
Budget. But thank you for the words of encouragement too, and thank you for your patience, Joe.
We do have one thing, one of our firefighters passed away, longtime fireman, and I'll be taking over his training office for the fire department for now. And so I'll be deputy chief and training officer, but, we'll definitely miss him.
Yeah. So how does that work with compensation?
Well, I'm sitting down and talk about it.
Pardon me?
I'm going to sit down and talk about it. You know, but he had to, I gotta talk with my officers, because I really like to have another captain on that part. If we got one captain, we have the deputy, our chief, and myself.
So is your training officer separate from the captain, or is that
Yes.
normally? So, but in this instance where we have the deputy chief taking on all the training responsibilities, how do we compensate for that?
That's nothing new. Dick Ripke did it for a zillion
It
years.
would be the same pay as his.
You just combine the deputy chief pay with the training officer.
So as the payroll person, this is something I need to know, and I probably want board approval for before I do it. So let's.
And Roger said he would,
I'd like to have another captain.
he would talk about
Yeah,
it.
Rod,
once-
why don't you
Yeah.
come to us
Talk to my guys first.
Yeah. but before the next board meeting, we'll get it squared away.
Right.
If we have to
Do it as a
retro
board,
something, we will.
As a department, we vote on it as a department.
So you,
If we get
Roger,
another
what
captain,
do
it's a department
are you
choice.
saying that if you come and talk with him about how you want to organize things, that he can bring that to the board then, and the two of you? But specific, one question about payroll. Am I paying the deputy chief the training officer wage along with the deputy chief wage? That was my question.
Not yet. I'll come to you and show you what Roger works out.
So we're doing a payroll run right now, this week for fire. So is anyone going to be paid that training wage? Because you've been doing the training,
We both,
you've
him
been
and I
splitting the
both-
training.
we've been doing it. So, right at this point in time, not yet.
So would
You
you
got
like,
anybody who will step into that role
Probably.
full time?
We're trying to get stuff organized in the department. for my-
He'll come to me and we'll get something to you guys.
I've got-
We'll just pay him.
yeah, We need more
so
people.
should I split the pay between you
No.
two? The training pay?
Just
You
hold
don't
it.
pay the training pay?
Don't pay training.
Okay, so if you decide, I won't pay anything,
And
I
if we
won't-
have, if we
any
own
training.
retro, we'll take care of it.
that, good, okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, you had a motion, Tammy.
I do. So this is regarding the cemetery, a motion to formally offer the job of cemetery manager to Brent Fetter, to provide him the training and equipment needed to do the job, and the position will be a direct report to the clerk.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All right, let's vote. And since we're spending some money, we probably ought to do a roll call.
Starkey,
Yes.
Peters, K. Peters,
Yes.
Sperling,
Yes.
A. Peters,
Yes?
and I'll vote yes.
Okay. Roger, I'm sorry I cut you off. Is there anything else for your report, sir? Okay, old business. We have 12A, 12B. We did have two workshops. The first workshop on the 26th of March was kind of what has to get done. It was led by our township attorney. There is a recording out on the township website. There will be a set of charts and a set of minutes to go with that that will be posted there as well. We followed that up with a operations workshop on the 3rd, led by Cindy Dodge. She also provided a set of handouts. There's also a recording of that. I suggest folks watch it if they have questions. I thought it was very informative and helped us move things along. Crystal, I know you are 12C. You have a grant update, and you have a couple of things there that were in the packet.
We're gonna make it as quick as possible. We approved 1,300 for, Schmidt Consulting. We, submitted the Charitable Firefighters Foundation and the, Firehouse sub grants. So he now is asking for 500 of that. I'm gonna get to that, Jim, that's the next step. This first is, we've already approved this money, we already approved these grant applications, 2 of them are done. I really wanna thank Roger and Kevin for helping. That required a ton of information, especially the firehouse sub, more than, I think any of us were aware of. Luckily, it's done now and we can apply for that annually. So the work is done. Thank you.
Nice, thank you, Crystal.
They were not happy with me. It was a very busy time and a difficult time. So I really appreciate them working with me. But if we could approve the $500 of that 1,300, and then the next grant, we have to write a letter of inquiry for the Leary grant. And then if the letter of inquiry is approved, then we are granted permission to actually write the grant. So we'll see how that goes. And then the remaining, and that'll be the next 500, and then the remaining 300 is for State Farm grant. So that's money we approved, grants we already approved, but now we're getting into where we submitted and now we pay. So the Schmidt Consulting for is the first 500. Okay, the packet that I did ask, it's not a packet, but the staple that yes, it's separate from this.
Yes, so
Okay.
the first issue. So how do I know when to pay those? Will there be an invoice or an email or?
So he did send me an email with an invoice, and then I replied and said you didn't attach the invoice. My bad, I didn't notice that he didn't attach the invoice until yesterday, and he's on vacation.
But that's, so I
Yes,
will get it
I will
from
get,
you,
yes,
so there'll be
yes,
something
I would have had it here,
whenever
but
you know.
by the
Okay.
time I noticed, I put it in my thing to bring tonight,
That's okay.
in my folder, and then I realized it didn't attach it. So fault on both sides, but I'll just own that, and, so yes, he
So I'll wait
sent
until
it,
I get.
he sent it, but
Thank you.
now he's on vacation.
Is that something we should approve tonight, payment for that?
They're already approved.
It's already approved.
Do we, but this
For
is
the
for the
We can't
payment.
Until we see the invoice.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It'll come through next month. is
And
what she's saying.
we've done business with him, and I didn't realize that he didn't attach that.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I will-
thanks.
I
Thank
will.
you.
He's retired, he only does this for vacation. Anyway, okay, I attended the grant writing class from the first responders, and I did ask for this last week, I did not get it until noon today. Massive thank you to Kathy for helping me get this prepared for tonight. If we agree to engage them, they will, we get it to, before April 30th, they reduce their annual fee by $200, so it's $1,795. With that, we are guaranteed they call it one big grant and 2 small grants, for lack of better words. Essentially, the way I envision it is the AFG grant for next year, which will fund SCBA hoses, depending on what you all tell me are your highest needs, depending on what FEMA will high priority. They won't fund anything that's not a high priority item. And then 2 smaller grants in there. I've got some ideas about what those would be, but first I would need to sit with Roger and Kevin to determine what's our best use of the money. What I ask of this board tonight, because we will not meet theoretically, people with special needs, before April 30th, is permission to engage in that contract with them for $17.95. This is the second class I've taken with them. I've been pretty impressed with them. I think we stand to learn a lot from them. And again, I think the long-term goal is to not have these folks to be able to do this in-house, but also I'm 0 for 2 with AFG, full disclosure. So, clearly, I could use a little help and I would like to learn, and they share all of the information. So it would be really nice if we were awarded, that grant and then had that example for future.
We have a motion to,
Yeah, sorry.
What's your motion?
I would like to, enter into the contracts that you all have a copy of with, first responder grants for $1,795. It's the annual, it's 1 year's worth of grant work, unlimited amount of emails, calls, data sharing.
We'll get a discount.
Right, it's normally $19.95.
Yeah, 17.
Right, so it's, as long as we do it within 30 days of taking the class.
That was your motion?
Correct, sir.
Support.
Thank you.
any more discussion?
I just have a couple of things. Let me write quick. So the contract, service dates are 5/1/25 to 4/30/26. Correct?
5/1.
It says 5/1/25.
Yep, I'm
4/30/26.
sorry.
That's the contract. So
Well,
you look right here on that.
I see that.
on
man.
invoice.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna incorporate that into the motion, if that's okay.
Sure.
Motion to enter into a contract with first responder grants from 5/1/25 to 4/30/26 in the amount of $17.95. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then, also, just for information purposes, we do have that money budgeted and it's not spent, so it's available.
Even when we've completed what we've already committed, the 1,300, which, will still be $1,000 under budget. And
Right.
to be perfectly honest, I can't do any more work than I'm already doing with this, so there's no, it will be $1,000 under budget when we have it.
You mentioned a couple grants coming also.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, these, this is for a full year and we're
Yes.
guaranteed 3, 1 big, 2 small. What those will be exactly will be determined by what the fire department's needs are and what we can align the best grants for. I'm hoping for an AFG because I'd like to get at least 1 per 3. It's not a bad 3-point average.
Which is a big thing, grant.
Good work, Christie.
Right, thanks.
And guys, and girls who helped out.
Any more questions?
No, thank you.
We'll do a roll call?
I will vote yes. A. Peters,
Yes.
Sperling,
Yes.
K. Peters.
Yes.
And
Should I?
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, you should.
Well,
This, you do not
I really want
have
it.
a legal
Okay,
reason.
yes. Fair enough. Yes.
Agreeing with it would be,
Anything else for grants?
yes, we do. So we have a communication from the Michigan Department of Treasury, dated April 1st. And I didn't put it in the correspondence because it really goes in with grants. And we have to take some action tonight to resolve this. I'm sorry, I just pulled it off the email, and so I don't have copies for everyone. But it's a very simple letter that says you need to assign someone and make your final report on the American Rescue Plan Act funds. And someone has to follow through over the next year to make sure that we comply with the purchases. So I'm bringing that because the board has to have someone in line. Now, I know Terry Hall and Eager Lewis were both a part of that grant process. I think Terry was the, whatever the top person is, and then Anita was a part of it. Crystal was not a part of it, but I also know that Kathy and her deputy did some work with the final appropriation for that grant in the last quarter. So the reporting for the last quarter of 2024 is due April 30th. And that's clear in the letter. They're offering some webinars, online assistance. I personally don't know anything about this grant. I have not done any work in it. So we need to assign someone.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
I think this is the fund that, or the account that you got into to determine what was remaining of the balance. Back in, was that January when we, or February, Roger, when we paid for the new truck? Right? Yeah. Was that February?
We had to have it allocated in December.
It was in December.
We had to have it allocated by December.
December 31st, it had to be
Allocated.
allocated and we reviewed.
Yeah.
There was a report that was pulled from the reporting site. Can you
Yeah,
think
the
you access
fund,
that?
the budget money.
Yeah,
So,
but
I
I don't
think,
know what you
the
did in
question now is getting that final expenditure.
Well, someone
Reporting,
has to administer the grant. Through to the end. I mean, it's
There's
not
gonna be
over.
reporting for years.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
like
so there's,
annual
Well,
yeah,
for ours,
yeah,
I think
so it's the closeout
might only
report,
be-
yeah.
December 26th.
Six.
Wasn't that what they told us? December of 26th was the final spending? What- what-
31st of December was the final
Of
obligation.
26th though, right? It wasn't 25.
It's 25. December- if I
That was for
remember correctly,
allocation, that was for the allocation, she's saying that.
The
we should be
obligation
paying for the
has to be
allocation.
spent.
26 is, well, okay, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know because I didn't pay attention that much. So we need to have someone take that on. I personally have way too much with, or I would offer, but I've already done the one grant for the security lighting that's in, hopefully we'll get, but we're waiting to hear back. And I plan to do a second application with that grant for training for whoever we end up hiring for zoning enforcement administrative, because they're offering money to pay for that, you know about that. And, so I don't think that this is something with the work with the accountant. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed learning all of these financial things and going into budget season. I want Art to have the best financials that he can. So I don't feel like that I could take that on, but it did just, this
Don't
letter
we have
did just.
some- Don't we have a log someplace what we paid opera monies on?
That's what-
Computers?
That's what Tammy has access to,
You
yes,
have- you
Well, I have
access
access to the budget.
to the reporting.
to The reporting?
No, I
The
don't have
reporting of
access to
the
the ARPA reporting.
No, well, that's where you came up
Money
with the balance of
expenditures.
what was remaining. When we were,
Gotta be
Yeah.
a computer someplace.
Yeah.
System and pulled
Yeah.
up what had been previously.
The past reporting.
Yep.
Okay, so I just don't recall that. It was
Yeah.
in December or something.
password or anything for that?
So I have all of the passwords that Anitra left, right? Do you recall if there was, what was in, I have a lot of passwords that she left.
You know, Nika might be a good access for help because she had final, up to the end of her term,
Well,
might be able to
I
get
got like
some
this much
information.
from anything about any grants, this much. What I know about grants.
she's
But it's
indicating
gotta be
a
a
zero.
computer someplace that was
She's
paid out
indicating
for
a
ARPA,
zero.
what we finalized for the truck.
I think I do remember you and I figuring that out.
Yeah, you came in and you
Yeah.
said you confirmed how much they had actually
Yeah.
reported
I
already
think I
in
do
the system
remember.
and
Let's just do
we
that.
matched it up to what our books had.
I did notice that in the general fund financial report, we still show a capital.
Yeah, I think
there-
that was a way it was reported. I don't know if
the capital,
was actually charged.
right.
Jamie, what do you need?
I need someone to volunteer to take that on. I don't need it, the board needs it.
The township needs it.
That's right.
This report is not completed before April 30th. There's a very good chance we will lose the $250,000 that came to the township. So it's very significant, excuse me. It's very significant to get this report in accurately. I am willing to take that on if the board so chooses.
You should be able to have access what we spent that money on. Thank you.
It's there.
It's there. It's gotta be some computer someplace.
Yeah, Tammy logged into it and,
So I
that's how
must
we
have the
came up,
password somewhere in that book from Anitra.
that's
Yeah.
how we came up with the amount to pay for the new fire
Right,
vehicle.
right, so we had that money figured.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
we'll figure it out.
okay,
Uh-huh,
thank you.
we'll get her.
Appreciate that. So,
If you so choose, the board.
don't know,
I
do you
move
need
we
to make
let
a
the
motion?
treasurer,
Motion?
yes,
Okay, I'm sorry.
I move that we give the treasurer authority to complete the ARPA reporting.
By April 30th, please.
Well, as approval to proceed with these.
Yes.
ASAP.
Can I have an amendment, that we're gonna, assign the treasurer the authority to administer Department grant, because there will be more than just this April 30th.
Sure.
I think for now, let's
Let's get the
do
reporting
this.
and the,
Yes.
we'll sort out what's needed out.
Okay, so.
Yep.
Okay. To complete the April report,
Yes.
the over 50 finance sheet.
So it's called, I gave you a copy of what it's
And
called.
I handed it back.
What?
This was.
The ARPA report.
Okay, oh. Just keep it for your record.
Do we need to,
I got one.
bring in some language from there or
No,
no? Okay,
There is,
Maybe Tammy can go in and see what you could find on the money that were spent.
oh, you had something on from the treasurer, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's-
okay.
there's
Just what I
extra
passed
copy
down.
here.
They probably treasury to treasury. you
So
know.
you got one of these?
Nice. No, I haven't seen this, but that's good, I'm glad you were on top of that.
it
You
came
got
in
that
an
letter?
MTA, it came in an MTA.
Oh, okay.
we have a
Email.
motion, we have a second.
Second.
Jim seconds. Any more discussion? Okay, those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Okay. Before we move on, I'm sorry, I should have asked this. For this contract, the one particular person has to sign this. I think Cindy said typically contracts are through the supervisor unless otherwise delegated. Would you like to be the person who does for the
Doesn't
first
bother me
responder
either way,
grants, or
whatever
do you
you
want to delegate? It doesn't matter to me either,
You're closest to that, so why don't you do that?
but I think we either, if you're gonna delegate, you can.
I would delegate you.
I think we have to vote on it. I'm sorry. I just-
Oh, no problem at all.
Just give you
And then
authority
I can
to.
sign it and get it to him tomorrow.
Okay,
Motion to
Delegate
delegate authority
just for this one.
delegation for,
for you, Crystal, to sign that.
Sign the contract for the first responder grants contract. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sorry, I should have
no
asked. that.
problem.
Is this not spelled?
No,
So I'll, okay, so Crystal made the motion, I'll second it, and so.
call the vote, absolutely. Those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Crystal, sign away.
Okay.
Be cautious.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else with grants?
I do have this one bill that I thought I didn't know where it was, and it was right here.
Can we come back to it, or?
Oh, yes, whenever you want, I'm ready.
All right. 12D, phone system upgrade. We've been on this for a little while. I have worked with Spectrum, our current telecom provider. In fact, I believe they're our only one that will service us out here. We currently pay $199 a month for a offering they no longer sell, where they take where we're basically getting a couple of residential lines and jimming them together to make it into a business system. They have offered us what they call a unified communication business upgrade that would be $232 a month. So that's $33 a month more than we currently are paying. However, when they went and looked at things, we have a fax line that we can't even determine the last time it was being used. And that costs us $50 a month. So if we were to cancel the fax line and go with this new system, we would end up with 4 unique numbers going into the township hall. One for the clerk, one for the treasurer, one for the supervisor, and then one for other. The importance of that is everyone would have their own voicemail box. We can add additional ones down the road at $30 a month. This will give us not only voicemail, but then it will be configured to send voicemails into your email inbox so that you get actually audio recordings of what's going on. But Tammy, I believe you saw this working at Billings. This is, I think the guy said it's about 60% of townships that use Spectrum, which is the vast majority of Michigan, follow this plan. There is a one-time $500 installation fee per site. We have one site, so it would be $500. I would ask that we move to go ahead and approve that. And so that will end up in saving us something on the order of $18 a month. And so it will take us a while to pay off the $500 installation, but I think that'll be money well spent. So I'm moving to move forward with that, and I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Charlie Johnson.
Approved.
Thanks for doing that. From all of the reports I've heard, it's been such a pain.
This will be a huge step forward for us.
What type of implementation or how, what's the timeline?
I'm hoping by the end of May. It's normally 120 days, but because I've been through this before and I told him I would help him and we might get it done a little quicker. Spectrum.
That same company.
Yeah. So it's literally,
Spectrum Business or something.
yeah, well, it's Spectrum Communications.
All right.
All right,
So the motion is to approve the new phone with the.
phone system upgrade.
And we're gonna
Spend money, so we need a roll call.
call vote, okay. Starkey?
Unless there are any other questions. Yay,
Starkey.
Yes.
I will vote yes. A. Peters.
yes.
Spurling.
Yes.
K. Peters. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, guys. 12E, agenda development resolution. I passed out a resolution earlier, actually, last month, just talking about how we will put together our agendas, basically starting 2 weeks before the meeting. We'll circulate a draft, collect input for a week. At the end of the week, we'll assimilate all the changes, additions, email it back out to folks, and that's the final agenda going into the meeting. With that, and that will go out a week before the meeting occurs on that. Now, still, we approve the agenda at every formal meeting with that, but so there can be changes made at the meeting itself on that. Are there any questions about this? If not, I would look for a motion to adopt this as how we go forward.
If we have to have a motion before you can discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the motion. Do the motion.
Are you moving?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll second.
Okay. So the discussion I had is, I think it's great to have policies like this in place, so we're all aware of expectations and everything. I'm glad, but also there has to be a little bit of grace and common sense applied.
Yeah.
Sometimes things happen and we're a day behind or 2 days or a few days, and I wouldn't want to have this become something that, well, you got it.
Oh, I'm sure we'll find a way to screw it up somehow, but in general, I agree with you, Crystal.
Okay.
So I have some discussion here, and I think hopefully it was in the packet, everybody got this, 5-page. This 5-page procedure for Edenville Township meetings, did everybody get that in the packet? So this came from the MTA Policy Matters book that the attorney and Cindy both recommended we use. And there is actually this full policy in that book that can be used if attorney vetted and proven by townships that have used it. That incorporates what is in this resolution, but expands it. And I like the idea of having these things in place so everybody knows who's doing what. I could not agree to this agenda for a couple of reasons. One is that I don't we should make statements about confusion on the board in our resolutions. I think that sets a tone of dysfunction that we all have agreed that we're going to try and alleviate. So I would take number 2 off, because you don't need to tell people that you have dysfunction when you write your policies. And that's also a number 1 in order to remove confusion. So we could just write the policy. The other thing that I would disagree with is number 5, the clerk will use this agenda for building the board packet. I think it's very clear in all of my working materials, and we heard it from Cindy here, that the person who develops the agenda is not any one person, it's all of the board, and then one person is assigned to put all of those things together as what you call a final agenda, but we both agree it's not a final agenda, to put the agenda for the meeting together with all of the supporting materials. And that's how it's always been done that I've seen on other boards, and that's what Cindy explained would be the way that it would work, and that's the way it's written in the policy book from MTA. So, having said that, when I wrote this policy out of this book, there was a place in number 1 where it talks about, number 1 talks about meeting minutes. So this policy includes board meeting minutes, the notices, who does the notices for what, for the regular meetings. It talks about the board meeting agenda. It gives some sample agendas, things that you want to have, special notices for special meetings, board correspondence, so on. It goes all the way through and actually talks about chairing the meeting as a moderator, and talks a little bit about public participation, board member conflict of interest, how you would resolve these things. And actually,
I'm willing to strike number 2 in the whereas,
okay,
and then I will take number 5, and if you would like me to develop the packet, I will take that on.
well, so what I was getting to is, and I wanted to, if
I don't
everybody's,
like that.
well, what I was going to say is in this, where it says, actually it says the law does not address or require agenda as best practice. The supervisor does not have statutory control of something the board, blah, blah, blah. And then it says the township clerk shall prepare the agenda and board packet, but we can strike that and say the supervisor shall prepare the agenda and the board packet. I'm
I
happy
put
with that.
forth this resolution, we're discussing it now. Are you, what is your, Tammy, you've talked a lot about that, what do you want to do with that?
Well, so I'd like to amend this motion to say that we adopt the MTA policy matters procedure and have it reflect
Okay.
Edenville Township.
Do I have a second for her motion?
We don't need a second.
Well,
Amendment
I
doesn't
thought we
need a
were
second.
talking about the resolution.
Right, she wants to amend my resolution and change it to be the one she wrote.
But we don't have a copy of that.
You
It's-
should have went in your
it-
packet.
It was in,
I think that's something that is
Well, it
Do I have-
incorporates.
is
so
there-
much different that we ought to, with time consideration, we ought to table that.
Table both of them.
Because if.
table both of them? All
Unless,
right.
Bring it back.
unless you have some edits you want to introduce to the,
I was willing to change the one that I had proposed and sent out to say I will
That's in
develop.
the packet.
They are duplicious. So the resolution is incorporated into this policy, what your resolution says. It just designates a certain person to put the agenda and packet together. And we can do that, and you can do that in this procedure. But this procedure expands on what your resolution says. It includes it,
I don't
But
care
it
for that one, so no, I do not. support
expands on it.
So is there some middle ground here? If we strike under the whereas number 2, and it kind of seems to me, Art, that number 1 under as follows could, the whole number 1 could go, 'cause it's just saying,
All right,
and then 5, we could change to the supervisor. If we made those changes,
If we made those changes, it would be the same as what's in here. And if you want to limit this to a resolution, which is kind of strange to do your procedures in a resolution, but you can, we can do anything we want. I am going to always lean towards what the 2 training sessions have brought to me. And that is, what do you want to accomplish? What does the law say? And what do the materials that have been given to us by the MTA and other resources tell us is the best practice? And I'm gonna look there. This is a best practice out of this book. If you guys don't wanna consider it, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not okay with that, but.
I would
it's
move to
9:30.
table those two components. We're at 9:30 already.
Maybe that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
we
I was
just
all in the
moved to-
packet, so
To table this topic and
let's,
we can come
All right.
to it, come back to it
Do I have support
at
for
another
tabling?
time.
Yes.
All right,
and we could have a consensus that you can continue with the agenda in the packet until we decide on this.
Somebody
Sure.
will,
Okay,
somebody will.
let's do that.
okay. Forensic audit, I sent an RFP out last month soliciting bids. I've received 2 responses. I'm waiting for details. I will have that for the May, and then we will either have a final proposal from someone or the next step. Okay. Jim, you own office hours.
Well, I guess so. I don't know if I own it or not, but, been a couple different things. We need to look, and I know we've had some challenges in the office. And we need to figure out who's willing to work Mondays and who's willing to work Tuesdays, anybody on Wednesday and Thursday. I don't know what your hours are.
I work by appointment right now, Jen.
Hmm.
I think I sent you that. I sent you that. You know that. I am working by appointment only. For now, it's on the webpage.
Yeah, but we need you in the office.
Well, I'm working by appointment for now. We had a stalker that was hanging around the building for hours. It scared me when I was in there alone. And then,
Well, hopefully when you're in there, your deputy's with you.
no, the deputy doesn't work at all the
Well-
hours that I work.
I'm just trying to get something that works.
Okay, so I'm gonna work by appointment for right now, and then Kathy had asked me to not be in the office when her and her deputy are working, so I'm gonna honor that also. And so, but I will tell you this, Jim. I would like to move into the supervisor's office. I think that it would be a good move to have the treasury in one office and the clerk in the other office. And Katrina and I have gone in and looked, through the spaces, and we're pretty confident, we measured out that the conference table will fit in with extra room into the space where our 2 desks are right now. And we only need 3 file cabinets moved. The 4th one we can condense into R3, so that would be the material for the clerk. And so if we need a window, which you can purchase online and have installed, you can get them at Home Depot, the roll-up. Doesn't need to be as big as the other one probably, but we can do that, and a door. So if we can get a window and a door, we're good to go. Oh, and some movers. Sound good? That's what I know that's what you were talking about, and I was resistant to it, but I listened to Cindy and I took her to heart. And so I want to make this work, and I want to do what it takes, and so if you can work to get some bids to put the door and window in, I'll work with you. And we'll, maybe we could look at changing the carpets, the old carpet, the treasurer's new office has the newer carpet, but it's kind of stained up and stuff. If we could, that indoor outdoor carpet's like $100 at the most, maybe, not even that, probably.
I think this whole topic started out with office hours, didn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was
I think we
office
should-
hours, storage,
well-
space, and
oh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Workspace,
Yeah,
hopefully-
I'm sorry.
And is there any hours you're gonna be in the office though?
So I work by appointment, so anybody can call my phone number and make an appointment, and I will be in the office for those hours. I will tell you, like 99% of the phone calls are for the supervisor and the treasurer. I don't get any phone calls. Nobody likes me, I guess. I don't know. But if there's business for the clerk, I will take care of that business. I did actually work in the office about 20 hours this week, but I'm there by appointment only. And then I will make sure that my duties are done to the best of my ability. I'm not gonna say they're gonna be perfect.
Okay.
So no open
No.
office hours going to be done by the.
Art and I have shared this earlier, several months ago. We did this all, so you should have known that. I'm sorry. I put it on the web, he asked me to put it on the web and I did.
So we don't count on a clerk or deputy clerk to serve the public during the open office hours.
We'll make sure that we do our job.
That's
Well, let's just we'll work on it, so, that's all we can do.
So then,
And we'll take a look at some measurements, would you put a little sticker note on which file cameras you wanna move, so I can figure that one out by this book?
Well, we need to do the door and window first.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the three on the window wall. Have to go. And the one behind my desk. The short one, it's a half
Okay.
one.
Alright, start working on it.
So if we're gonna do that, we also need to modify the posted office hours.
We do. The people have been pretty upset about that. Leaving me nasty messages on the phone.
So up to work.
Wonder why.
I just wanna know, I wanna let everybody know that for the last month, and I let the board know that I've been working the open office hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Monday nights. So
So you
I've
were-
been faithful to those, working those hours this last month to be open. And those hours have been published on our website. I'm sorry, I couldn't get Wednesdays in there too, but, I thought someone else would help cover that. But obviously that was not working.
So you work 10 hours a week,
So-
Kathy?
So, just want everybody to know, I've been working those
Did
open
you look at
office
Wednesdays for
hours.
yourself?
She works 10 hours a week.
No, but
I worked 20 this week.
could you have Wednesdays in the office though?
I'm sorry, that's
That's
incorrect,
noted?
that's
Yeah.
incorrect.
I'm gonna buy
I've
equipment.
worked longer
If people
hours
wanna make
than that.
appointments with me
so.
for Wednesdays,
But I'm talking about
I
open
won't go in
office
when Kathy's
hours.
here because I told her I would not, so I won't go in on Monday nights, Tuesdays, or Thursdays. But if people wanna make appointments with me for Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays, I know Kathy told me she doesn't work weekends, so that's okay. She's not required to work weekends, she's not required to work anything. If people make appointments with me and they can get a hold of me on the web or email or whatever, I'll be happy to come in on Wednesdays, Fridays,
Start
Saturdays,
working
and
on-
Sundays.
Windows. Okay.
So I think we do need a board resolution or board motion,
Well, let me go out and find some
Yeah.
stuff first, and I'll
well,
come
to
back.
change office hours.
Oh,
The changes
because-
that we haven't, yeah,
Because
out there
right
right
now,
now.
we're published,
we got, Wednesday is have an office hour normally, but there's nobody in there, correct?
well, could we talk
Nobody's
about
been
this a
working
little
on
bit
Wednesday.
further? Could we talk about the office hours a little bit further? It's come to my attention by a person in the, as a resident, that an early morning office time would be nice if somebody's coming through like 7 AM to 12, something like that, to service those who are employed or with family, they could have an early morning option to stop by the office. And I'd be willing to give that a go for a while to see what kind of, traffic that might generate into the township office.
okay?
So if we're talking about changing our official open office hours, I would volunteer to do that, change then some hours like, from Thursday instead of 11 to 3, which they have been for a while, to a 7 to 11 AM time. And I'm asking
Thursday mornings?
So
Yeah.
our office hours would be Monday 6 to 8, Tuesday 11 to 3, and Thursday 7 to 11. Is that what you're?
I think that's fair for one person to, that's the clerk's.
So the clerk
Picking
is
up the
taking on the
mail.
mail duties now, so that's
Yeah.
another reason why I'm just overwhelmed.
Never mind, I just
So you're
didn't want you to miss the
suggesting-
bill.
So,
Monday after,
She won't.
6 to 8, Monday, right? Is that what you're suggesting for yourself?
so currently, the open office hours published on our website are Monday 6 to 8 PM,
Mhm.
Tuesday 11 to 3, Wednesday 11 to 3, Thursday 11 to 3. I've noticed now, as I've worked for these 4 months during the open office hours, that it's probably not needed 3 full days open, especially even during tax time, or I'll say other than tax time, it's a whole different ballgame. Tax season, and there I offered some different hours for treasury to work during tax season. We would be open to the public much more, possibly even a Saturday once a month and so on and so forth. So I have, some,
So the motion is
okay, yeah,
Monday night, 6 to 8,
so I was looking for feedback, yeah.
Tuesday, 11 to 3.
No, well, you're gonna do 11-3, and then you got 9,
Well,
there's extra company.
I was proposing that because Jim, you had mentioned
I asked
maybe,
you to give me some hours if you wanted to work on, that's what I asked.
well,
for.
and you were indicating that maybe I would work a half a day and then the clerk would work a half a day,
She
but
could
now
have
we
the
found out
You could have the
differently.
opportunity to put her hours out there on call, correct?
Jim, so
Yeah.
I would tell you this, it's not uncommon to have hours by appointment for many townships in our
I'm not,
county.
I'm not
But
disputing that.
We're just
If
trying to
someone
work
wants,
it out.
listen, if someone wants to come in, pick something up at 7 in the morning,
Well, you'd have to
7
look
days
at,
a week, I'm usually,
if we can get, she's gonna do 6 to 8 on Monday and 9 to noon, take issue from 1 o'clock to whatever on Tuesday, you could,
I can
schedule
make
something.
appointments all week long outside of whatever Kathy's going to be in the office, as long as she wants to work alone with Kim, I'm happy
And
with
you want
that.
7 AM to 11 on
I'll
Thursday?
make appointments,
You like
when
that?
people can come in,
So we're talking about a couple different
Accommodate
things
them.
here, in terms of what I can do in the office and then offer services to the public. I would like more time in the office, that maybe the office is, or it's closed to the public. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I could come in and work at my desktop.
I think
because
you
I don't
decide
have a
that at your
laptop.
leisure. I think we decide what our open office hours.
Okay, so yeah, maybe
So
take
the
that
calendar
in
looks a lot
brackets.
like
Yeah,
Monday, 6
Yeah.
to 8, right?
right,
Are we
okay.
agreeing on that?
So
We're
we're
sticking on
talking
Monday,
open
6 to
office.
8. All right, sweet. What is Tuesday looking like? 11 to 3,
9 to
9 to
noon.
noon, 10 to 4.
9 AM to noon,
I'm
Okay,
asking Kathy.
is that okay?
9 to 12, yeah, 9 to noon.
And we're X-naying on Wednesday. What does Thursday look like?
7 AM to 11.
All right. Can we agree on that?
Is that okay for you?
That's okay for me?
I so move.
I second. I second.
You got it.
Any more conversation? TikTok, let's go.
so it's 6 to 8, 9 to 12, and 7 to
You got a sheet there in front of you, don't you?
Well,
Yeah, but that was
I
a
don't trust it,
proposal
it's
under a
right.
different, that was a proposal
I
under
wanna
a
make sure I get
different.
it right, what she just said.
That's what we're agreeing on. This is something different.
And we can change it if we need to, but
We gotta post these numbers.
Will you post it on the website, Art?
and we'll post on the office and we'll put it on the web.
Yeah.
Okay. Those in favor?
I'm sorry, who motioned it?
I did.
We did.
Crystal?
Whatever,
Yeah.
Jim can have it, Jim can have it, that's fine.
Well, I already have down a motion,
That's
in a
fine.
second,
Jim
Yes.
seconded.
Okay.
That's fine. That works.
thank you. And this is just a consensus, right?
New office hours.
Yep, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Mazel tov. We have new hours. All right. Parks and Rec financial review and acquisition. Mary Beth, I'll first say you did a great job of pulling together a summary of things.
Can we do the Harper Park, clone first?
Launch
Yep.
there, yeah.
So, Hall, yeah, you guys having your thing there? Matt Hall has done that for the last 2 years and he's done a fabulous job. And this quote is actually the same price that it was last year. So I very much hope that you guys do this quote. That's all I'll say about
So
it.
you're asking for us to approve this piece of work? Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion about this?
It was right after.
It's page 41 of the packet.
Okay, well, I can get pulled offline. I can
It's
take one.
$1,800, $600 3 times in the summer. He will bill 3 separate times. That's what he does. I mean, unless you had wanted to do something different, but that's what he's done in the past, is he bills 3 separate times for his 3 separate stops.
Hearing no more discussion, roll call vote, please.
Okay, so the motion is to accept Matt Hall's Lawn Care LLC bid dated 3/12/2025, $1,800 for
For the
the
care of Harper
2025
Park.
season. Harper Park. And who made the motion on it?
Jim,
And Kathy
Kathy
seconded.
seconded.
Thank you. And okay, I'm gonna vote yes. Dave Peters?
Yes.
Thanks for helping.
Starkey?
Oh, you want
Yes. Sterling?
Yes.
Kate Peters?
Yes.
Okay, so the next, thank you, I will let Matt know. The next topic is the Vanderbush thing, and yes, you should have a piece of paper in your packet that looks like this. At the last board
Page 40.
meeting, I was asked to, come up with the financials on that project. So on the left-hand side are the costs. Some of them, we've already spent the money, and some of them are estimates, for what's coming next. And then on the right-hand side are the sources of, income. And, I don't know what you guys wanna ask me, but do you guys wanna ask me about it? Do you wanna talk about it? I don't know what you wanna know.
If I'm reading this correctly, Mary Beth, first of all, thank you for pulling it together. It looks like we're getting the park for what the township will be paying is about
$8,000.
$7,800 change. And that's land acquisition.
That is for the land acquisition.
So can I ask a couple questions, Fairman?
It's up to the supervisor.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, so,
No, this
Yes,
is
it'll
not to
report.
be motion on or anything.
No, this is a
You guys
report.
were asked for it. You guys
No,
asked
it's
for it
just a
last time.
report.
thank you. So, thank you very much for all of this. You have been a gem to the parks in our township for years. I see you in articles for Harper Park and before that with all kinds of stuff. This is an incredible amount of work. I've been following this since 2023, but it was happening before then. And I've got lots of information about what you've been doing. It's just incredible. So thank you very much for that, Mary Beth. So just a couple of questions to help me understand because I don't really know anything about these, but I was seeing in the P&L statements from 22, 23, that there was some spending, $5,233 for a phase 1 cost for Parks and Rec. And I'm just wondering which one of these,
That probably fit in
Entries.
under this PM Blau, the 5-year Parks and Rec plan. That was, Kathy was able to get me a printout of, kind of all the spending. I don't remember how far back it went, but
2021.
if I recall right, that 7250 was the sum of several numbers.
okay, so the
So
phase
that's
1
fine.
cost might have been part of that below?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, and then, on the sources of funding, I see that there was an insurance payout for Harper Park of $100,000 minus the cost of actual repair, and that's where that $48,000 is going to come from?
That money already sits in the Parks and Rec bucket.
Okay, so I don't see, when I look at the budget for Parks and Rec, I don't see any money budgeted that would include that. I only see, well, this was last year's budget, $55,868. And that actually looks like it's the Community
That's the
Foundation
Community
grant.
Foundation grant,
So there's no other money, so help me understand how that money was 5 years ago, what happened to it 5 years ago, that it wasn't carried in. I
So
mean,
5 years ago, there was not a Parks and Rec line item, is my understanding.
okay,
Craig, one of the last things Craig did before he left office was he got us $100,000.
oh, okay, all right.
And then it turns out, and that insurance payout was based on an estimate of how much it was gonna cost to fix Harbor Park, but then it turned out it didn't cost that much, but we still got to keep the money. And
Okay,
I don't even begin to understand all the software and where it is, but it's there. I
Well,
just don't know
so-
what to say about it.
yeah, so I don't see the money anywhere. So I did make a call to, Craig Olson, and we
It would
have.
have been really nice if you would have called me first.
Oh,
This was a document that I prepared. It would have been very nice if you would have called me first and not gone around me. Thank you. But go ahead, you can call Craig.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand this, so I had some, I'm sorry, I don't understand it, and I'm responsible, so just so you know,
It's past my bedtime. Please do not apologize to me. What do you need to know?
so maybe we should plan this for another time.
Tammy, you've talked for over half the meeting.
No, I'm saying. maybe we
What
should plan this for
question do you
another time.
have? Ask.
Well, it's more than one question. I mean, I could ask, okay, so when I look back at the meeting minutes, these are from October of 2020. It says that, the estimate to fix Harper Park was 200,000. The DNR estimated 179,000. They received an insurance payout of 100,000. They were looking for 50,000 and then another 29 from FEMA.
Which we did not pursue the FEMA money.
The what?
We did not pursue the FEMA
You didn't
money.
get the 29 from FEMA?
We did not pursue it because it was more effort than it was worth.
So there was a resolution in 2023, and this was a resolution that came out when I think I got involved with the board and started following this. But this is a resolution dated September 22nd, 2023.
Of the township board?
Yes, Edenville Township. Edenville Township, Resolution 2023-03. And it says the proposed costs for the land acquisition are approximately $202,000. The Midland Area Community Foundation is going to give $55,868. And then, the township is going to give 25,000, and that would cover the 202. So that was a resolution to spend that money. That's changed.
It was just a matter where the money was coming from, and all I did was articulate in this document that part of what went into our thinking was the fact that there was 50,000 left over from this insurance payout that we were
I'm kind of stuck on
aligning
that.
to that.
So if I say that 5 years ago, we budgeted to buy a generator, and there was $2,000 that we didn't spend because we got a special deal on it. Can I say 5 years later that that $2,000 is available to spend? That just seems kind of hard for me to understand. 'Cause
That's
I'm
the
not
way
a
the
budget
previous
person.
board did not, and us work together. So that,
The what?
the previous board, so remember, Craig got it right before he left office. Then we spent the last 4 years with the previous board. And I know that I have seen printouts that included that insurance
I
money
don't
in the
doubt you
Parks
at all.
and Rec line.
I know that you're a very astute and very detailed person, but one of the things, okay, when I campaign, we don't want any more money spent on any more parks. We want the blight cleaned up. We want to know why the hell we're paying these drains that are costing
Well,
us
then if you
thousands
didn't
of
want to spend
dollars.
money on parks, why did you start with that?
So, no, that's what the people told me, and now I represent them, so I'm just trying to figure out, is this the right thing? Is this not the right thing?
Okay,
I
I'm not
think
gonna
this-
discuss that tonight. after we
Right,
sat
that's
here
what I
for
said,
3
this
hours.
is for another
But
time.
I have 2 other updates. One is that, if you guys recall, there was a process with the DNR to get all the money, to get their money. The step we were at prior to this last meeting is we had uploaded what they called pre-appraisal documents
those documents have been approved.
Woo-hoo!
That update I can give, and then our next step is to go to the final appraisal.
And I need to get,
And you were gonna make some phone calls for those.
get that to you, get you what you need.
That was my update.
Okay, so we'll do this at another meeting, but I would like to schedule this on an agenda when we have time, because I have the 5-year Parks and Rec plan that was part of the money for this. We're missing something though, we're missing that drawing, the cost of that drawing.
That cost of that drawing, is part of the police and bandit. That's-
So where it
that
says writing
drawing
the
was part
grant,
of
it's incorporated in that.
Was police and bandit.
So that's, that, though, where it says writing the grant, that included the
The drawing.
scale drawing?
That's part of what happened. As this is what it could look like, not what it has to look like, but what it could look like.
Yeah, so that's like $1 million. Ada Township's working on it right now.
I didn't say that's what we were doing.
I know. So that's where I am struggling with the comments from people in this township that I spoke with.
I appreciate
So,
that. She
could I-
presented it. Do you have any other questions?
Well, so
For
looking
her
at the
on-
community and recreation plan,
But do you have any questions
This-
about her financial?
acquisition doesn't match.
Do you have any questions about her financial assessment? That's what was asked for. That's what she presented. Do you have any questions?
Well, I guess I'll ask a little more of Craig Gosen about where that.
That's fine, but that's outside of this meeting.
$8,000 disappeared into the general fund and then
I would-
appeared into the Parks and Rec.
I would also recommend that we do research in the history of email and files of what was done previously by the previous.
Well, I've got lots of board minutes here.
And so there's probably information in files that are under your,
But there's approved board minutes here that talk about the.
and so I'm
capital
not
property.
talking about board minutes, I'm talking about invoices
No, it doesn't-
from,
I'm
from those
Minutes.
companies
approved
Mary
minutes.
Beth,
that would
Thank you.
would give
Mary.
us more information.
Mary Beth, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your continued endurance with us.
I'm gonna go to bed now. I don't know how you guys are.
Please
still awake.
enjoy. We have some new business, guys. Very first thing is 13A. We need board minutes to reflect that we've appointed water district people. Not only for myself to finish the 2-year term. Crystal originally said yes, but then said, hey, maybe not. Steve Dunkel said, hey, I'm dumb enough, I'll try again. Not really, but I'm being facetious. I would very much appreciate a motion to appoint the two of us. Thank
Both
you, Jim.
members, Art Peters and Steve, no problem. They want a 2-year term?
The remainder of the 2-year term. Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion.
Could I be considered at the end of one of those 2-year terms?
It would be my honor.
Thank you.
So, my only comment is that Mr. Dunkel is wonderful as a person, as I'm sure you know him to be, has repeatedly insulted board members on social media over the last month or two. I don't think that's an appropriate demeanor for someone who would be appointed to an official board in our township. I respect that you may have had a change of heart about some things.
Would you look in the
or
mirror?
not, I don't know.
Sorry.
But I think that there are lots of people that would be willing to serve on a board that have not partaken in those kinds of activities.
Appreciate your comment. Any other comments? Okay. Those in favor of the appointment? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir. We have a motion of acknowledgement, 13C. This was introduced. Kathy, this is yours.
Miss Summerlin.
Whoop, did I miss? I'm just trying to get us to bed.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I just,
Summer maintenance, we we're gonna have to post and do lawn maintenance, because we don't have a active contract. We did snow removal, but we don't have lawn mowing, is my understanding, unless somebody, because the last board was going to, and we convinced them no to let us do it in the spring. So, I think we need to just post bids for the mowing like we've done in the past.
Are you gonna post it on the website then?
If that's what you guys would like, we can post that out.
Is there already language that exists for something?
I would steal whatever's I can find. If you guys are good with that,
Probably need to post it.
will do. I will say apply by end of April if interested. Well, because we're gonna need a board, well, we can't,
Oh, yeah.
so we'll have it by end of April,
Yeah.
and we may need a herd of goats to take care of stuff if it's gotten too
True.
tall.
Right.
All right.
Useful to reach out to the previously contracted,
Yep, I'll ping both of them.
preferably taxpayer Edenville.
We'll ping everybody. All righty. Motion of acknowledgement, Kathy.
Okay. As we may all be aware of the things being posted on social media and the township website, many residents have reached out to me about the insults and slander being posted there and attributed to Edenville Township Board, Edenville Township residents, and fellow board members, asking what can be done about this. I've inquired with MTA, and they recommended that this board decide on an official statement that would separate the township board and official business from any social media site that is unofficial to our work here. And, so I would, motion that this board consider making an official statement, business statement on behalf of the township and our residents, to the township, Edenville Township homepage, and to the office buildings where the public comes frequently, to the office building itself, and Swanton Hall, so that they would be well informed and not have to call me or come into the office and visit with me and ask me what in the world is going on. I've given a sample. Do I need to make a motion first?
Motion,
I
you want to move to adopt that?
Move to adopt this official statement, and it takes a quorum of the board. I've written this: the Edenville Township Board in no way authorizes, endorses, or supports the content distributed on any unofficial Facebook page, including but not limited to Friends of Edenville Township.
Do we have a second?
I'll second this when we talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Not everything is, I mean, everything's repeated so much anymore, it's twisted as it's getting repeated from one person to another, because as you tell 5 different stories here, you're gonna end up with the sixth story on the last one. There's been a lot of things said in our last meeting with Cindy Dodge. Hopefully, some of that will go away. Hopefully, there's a new light someplace along the way. Maybe we don't have to resort to that as an official, just as a public figure. We need to do better, all of us, no matter what happens. And some of the things been said even tonight. I don't know how it happened, but you know, somehow some stuff got out that should never get out. And I was, who we ever saw him before Sunday. don't know where you get your information, but we need to stop doing this, one way or the other.
Well, I would say that in my visiting with many residents, and they're coming into the office during open office hours, wondering what's going on. And so they are confused. They think that some of these posts are official business
I know.
and done by one of these board members. It's pretty hostile and slanderous to the board, to you, Jim. In fact, I brought some samples with me. Let's just go over
Can I
some.
say something? Can I say something?
Well, this is serious. This is serious.
If you read yours, I get to read mine.
I wish they
I get to read
I
mine.
do research. It strikes me that things have calmed down a bit since the training with the lawyer, since the training with Cindy Dodge. We haven't seen as much hostility as there was. So I take that to mean that in good faith, we're proceeding as to the best of our ability, united board. And I would like to continue down that road. Adopting something like this and listing one single Facebook page strikes me as a very limited scope. There's, so does this, I could read this to say, okay, so we don't endorse and authorize or support Friends of Edenville, but they didn't list Edenville Strong or Sanford Strong, or I don't know, whatever. You're either gonna list them all. What about Instagram? What about, I don't even know, I'm not on any of them. I'm sure there's other, my son likes Snapchat. Don't get me started. So like, what, are we going to only not endorse Facebook? But these other, like this is a rabbit hole. Do we really want to go down there? It seems to me like that's Facebook, like that's common sense. Yeah, okay, it's fun to read for comic relief or update with family or whatever the case is, but of course it's not endorsed by the board.
So I see where Kathy's going on this, and I don't disagree. What I'll say is Edenville Strong is much worse with their slander. And
Crystal,
let me finish.
Crystal, if you would like to add Edenville
No,
Strong, I'm in
finish,
favor of
Beth.
that.
I don't want to
I
read it.
just,
I don't read
not
any of it. I don't
on
want to.
Edenville
I
Strong.
stopped years ago.
I'm not on Edenville Strong or any of them.
People are awful
so.
to each other on there. Awful.
Sometimes you respect, sometimes some people could mention a subject, some subject, whatever, if it hasn't gonna be voted right now. If something's going, I'll see you next week, next time the meeting, what, it's right now, sometimes it's never, it's either now or never. Sometimes it could be later, think about it.
Thank you.
Some things should be done that, not all.
Thank you for that advice. Kathy, I will say this, that you called me out and said that I was posting on Friends of Edenville Township things that were slanderous. I think that was not very nice of you to say that, and I take it to heart, and I think I feel very offended, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. We can read all of the posts that I've done on Friends of Edenville Township. I don't have any problem. I don't post anything that I wouldn't say in public. So we can do that. But I hear what Crystal is saying, and I think that by posting something like this, it's creating more contention and more division. And I would say that you can't pick out one particular Facebook page when the stuff on Edenville Strong that I brought the examples of, someone leaked out that information the same way they leaked out about Roger's pay last month and created a whole, someone knew that Roger's pay had not been written and created a lie and spread it online about his fire pay not getting paid.
Why?
So please, it was true and I have all the posts. So I hear what Crystal's saying. If you want to include one,
Whatever
you
you
better
guys want to
include
do.
them all.
There you go.
But here's a better thing. Why don't we just post something saying that we do not support an official social media?
Unofficial.
We don't have, just, if you want to post something, just say, we don't have an official Facebook or social media page. I'm gonna say this, there's stuff on our website right now that is insulting to me. And I was hoping that Art would take that stuff down or revise it. And if I was hoping you would after Cindy and I talked about it.
And you took it out of context. You took my quote out of context.
Oh, well, we could read it now. It's not out of context. It's
It
exact-
was.
Yeah, okay. I read exactly what you wrote.
but you didn't read the.
Okay, so I don't wanna argue, all I'm saying is you left it on the web. If you're going to post insults about people on the web, then I think we all should be able to. I think I should
Amy,
be
that
able to.
wasn't.
I like the table design for now.
All right. Do I have a second?
Thank you, Jen.
Nope. Okay, I guess we'll call a vote then.
Well,
Those in favor of adopting this resolution?
Aye. Or this motion.
This motion?
Mhm.
Okay,
Chris will come back.
we'll wait for Crystal to come back. Okay. Code of conduct. Kathy, I think you distributed something for us to review. I don't know if there's anything else to comment on that other than we bring it up at the next meeting.
Yes, it's for review and talking about, in May. What did I miss? Just kidding.
we're gonna vote on
One
adopting
second,
Kathy's
one second, you were
resolution.
not here.
Well,
As she wrote it.
I tried to see, Jim asked to table it, no one seconded the table. You want to table the discussion?
I said, I thought I did.
You did?
Oh, I
think
think.
I didn't hear you, I didn't hear that, Tammy, I'm sorry.
Did you say?
I said, yes, thank you, Jim.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
trying
that-
to
that-
pass this, of all that training and all that money and all that time.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, Crystal, you weren't personally attacked.
Oh, yes, she was.
I don't wanna talk about it.
We don't talk about it, but oh, yes, she was.
Doesn't matter if they don't want, we just.
She was established, oh, yes, she was.
We don't need to go down.
Because I'm not, Crystal, I'm sorry, but that's,
Just gets
You're
carried
not gonna
away.
tell untruth.
Okay.
We get carried away.
Where we're at.
13E, we've got unauthorized modifications to township buildings.
Yep.
And you had some.
I
paperwork on
had
that.
someone, I've had multiple people ask me questions. And, yeah, we found a bunch of signs posted in the township office. Went up without board approval. We've had holes drilled in Swanton Hall without board approval.
Whatever.
And we've had placards.
I got it.
Placards, well, I know.
Placards put up on the
them
cemetery without board approval.
Placards in the cemetery. What's that?
There's postings going up about cemetery rules.
What's that?
It's at the entrances of the cemetery.
That's it.
Someone told me they were brand new.
No, you might want to cross that one off.
Did the board approve those?
Those have been up for years. Those aren't new.
Don't believe so, Tammy. So I would say, guys, if we're gonna be modifying township property, we ought to get board approval before we go.
And I don't disagree with some of that, but does that mean, oh, so we need to qualify that because the fire chief does a lot of maintenance and things. You're, what did your note say? No holes drilled, there were holes drilled. So, one, the restricted area signs were put in, on 2 office doors that are restricted to the public because both of them have money kept in them. And on 2 closets that are restricted to the public because the public is not allowed in our closets. And then the hallway leading to those closets and office door. So that's where they were put. And I would like to know why the board would think, or Art, you would think, that we could not put a restricted area when they are restricted, but we have been remiss in putting the signage up as Mr. Hand pointed out. If you don't want me in here, right, you gotta tell me.
They're all fine besides the one on the hallway because there's public information maps on them hallway walls for the public to
Well,
see.
those are historicals, those aren't public.
No, they're water district now.
Oh, okay, so we can move those water district maps, but I think that
There's no
those
need to
are.
move them, just don't restrict the people's access to something
Well,
that's publicly
And
accessible.
I agree with you, totally agree with you on that. And we were remiss in not putting those signs up, and that map is a water district map that's used as a resource for the treasurer and her water district work, but,
And the
And the
public.
public.
but she can take someone
Everything in
into a
every map is
restricted
to the
area.
public.
Listen,
Anyway,
I took a man up to my,
I don't need your permission to
Get on
walk in my
topic.
building.
okay,
Jimmy,
you
looks
don't,
like
you
you're gonna
don't.
say something.
So I want to know why this is coming before the board when those are restricted areas and we should have had those signs up to begin with. Why is it coming before the board? Or
Because I was asked to put on the agenda. By multiple members in this board.
okay, so and I want to address the holes for the camera in the Swanton Hall area. So my husband, when you were all resigned, no, you hadn't resigned yet. You were still here. The two of you, the couple had resigned. My husband came in and hung a camera from the rafter and set up microphones and a nice setup so that we could record our meeting. The night you came in, Jim, all that equipment was ready. That camera can be mounted in here. He actually has mounts for these black parts of the ceiling. And it can be moved back and forth. So if you want to have a public hearing in the other hall, you can mount that back on the mounting piece in the other room. Or if you want to have meetings, it would stay in here most of the time. But that was a very nice setup, and the picture that it showed, I think you all got a copy of that picture on your email. So you were not here to ask, and we didn't have a meeting because we couldn't have a quorum to ask.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
Shut up. All of you guys.
okay.
We have gone through this time and time and time
This is
again.
our meeting.
No, don't even point at me.
Ma'am, this is our meeting. and
This is your meeting. Do I have a right to say something?
Order,
Do I have
not
a right?
yet, ma'am. We've got public comment.
Yeah, but
coming.
we're gonna listen to this till we get up in the morning? You guys can settle all of this long before a
This
board
came up
meeting.
to the board. It didn't come up to me. But I
There is
know that
tomorrow that you can get together with that
my
board.
husband drilled holes in the flagpoles
Jeez.
out in front of the hall, the office,
We're not
because
talking
the
about
flags
politics.
had blown away and the,
Okay.
no, listen. He drilled holes in the flagpoles because the cleats had pulled free and the flag was up on the roof. No one complained about him drilling holes for that. It only happened when
I guess what we're saying,
somebody
Danny,
didn't like,
don't make changes to the building without board.
who does this apply to?
I would say all of them.
All
But
township property and all township employees. Okay, so no more hanging up lock boxes. Cause we gotta get to that, cause I got that check that Kathy refused to issue.
Wasn't approved, wasn't board approved.
I agree, we could have taken it to the board, but I was being stalked and people were in the meeting areas.
Oh, okay, sure.
So I think that this is
There's always
important.
exceptions. For
Okay,
some. for
Okay,
certain
order.
ones.
Okay,
Always exceptions.
I don't think there's too many people who will disagree that people should not be in the office when there's money cash in there.
I guess.
And
So people
as
shouldn't
Mr.
walk
Hand
into a
knows,
bank?
he's free to go in there unless I have a
So
sign.
are
so
we
I don't
on,
sign.
on
Okay,
business
so
here or what?
I've got
Fucking pathetic.
13F. Motion to approve broadband development. I've been contacted by 16 different organizations, and that's an exaggeration, it's more like 6, to submit a letter of approval to the Midland County Information Officer because they're looking to get a grant to put in fiber broadband throughout Midland County. And there's a consortium doing it. I've read through it. It looks like a reasonable thing. I included the draft letter that they've asked for. It suggested before we send anything off, we solicit board approval. So I'm seeking board approval to send the attached letter forward on that. So if I could have a motion for that, that letter's ready to go out.
We're not spending any money, there's just.
No, this is
Take a
just,
look at it.
this is just saying we support endorse.
Remember when they came to the previous board and presented to us, and we sent a similar letter?
Yeah, this is the same.
It's just, we're endorsing it, like you said, for hopefully they'll get the grant and it will be less money for the residents in our townships.
I move,
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Um,
I'll send it out.
I am opposed tonight. I want to say something here, please. We didn't have any discussion after the motion, but,
Okay,
so I got the same, letter that Art did, and Art put a note in our packet that some of you that got the packet ahead of time saw the note saying that he was upset that, I had not gotten board approval before sending the endorsement letter out. So Art is, a member of the, Midland Business Alliance here in Midland. He is on the subcommittee for the, Director of Broadband Initiatives, Midland County Internet Connectivity Committee. He sent an email on March 24th to Art and I, and a sample of a letter, which I did send out to him, asking that we would give support. I contacted and talked with Scott a little bit about this, and asked if additional letters would be helpful from other residents in the township, and he said no, they only wanted the officials, the clerk, and the supervisor from the townships was all he was asking for. And in his email, he put down that timing is critical. There are only 2 weeks left in the BEAD grant application process. So I sent the letter right away with the understanding that it would come to the board because I have been following this board for years about the internet issue. They have taken surveys, done petitions, called at meetings for people to support any kind of a broadband initiative in this township. This is not new for this board. And there's no way that this board, correct me if I'm wrong, has this not been a thing for, Jim, how many years have you been on the board? And internet, who can we get? So I did not feel uncomfortable sending this out. In Art's letter, you can send it out, but the grant application is closed and it's too late.
no, it's not, because I talked to them and they said as long as I send it out tomorrow, they get it, and it'll be fine. They reached out and asked me.
Okay, well, that's
So-
great then. I'm glad they can take it. I'm glad they can get it. That's what
I wasn't, but I've got to comment. It seems like the rules for board approval are required for some, but not everyone.
Thank you. We just talked about that a couple meetings ago, didn't we?
We seem to talk about that quite.
Yeah, like when your wife was calling, you turned it on in. Okay, so you promised that I could bring up this check that is due to me.
I'm not there yet,
Okay.
Tammy.
All right.
We have a meeting device we've been using. It is called a Meeting Owl. It has been purchased. It's on a 30-day loan. It's the device in front. I have asked people remotely who regularly watch these meetings if this has been helpful. I have gotten unanimous endorsement that this does help with the video and audio. I sent links out to the board. I got a cool as a response. I'm not certain if that meant it was cool, it worked, but just cool, it was a link. I've gotten feedback from Kathy, from Jim, Tammy. I did not get anything from you. But folks in general seem to think this device is helping. It is expensive. It's a $1,600 device. If we want to continue with that, we can get it, we can keep it. If not, it gets boxed up and shipped back tomorrow because, well, I really love this township and I love this job. I don't love it $1,600 out of my own pocket for the device. So if we could have a motion and then discuss it.
I'll move.
Okay?
1,800.
Like it. 1,800.
How many of these things are all like that? You've seen multiple ones or just the only one?
I've seen several different devices. This one.
This one does result on the internet, and looking at your computer, it looks like you're sitting right there.
Yeah.
And it gives you this panoramic view, okay? And it's on there, so, yeah. I have no problem about that. Do we have a budget to put that out of some budget someplace?
That's what my question was,
Okay.
if we
Where
did,
would we take the money
where would it
from?
come from?
Do we have a shrink?
I see the general fund, but.
Could I add a comment? I've heard from residents who are on the Zoom who may have difficulty hearing other ways, and that this seems to be really working well
Okay.
for folks on Zoom who may have difficulty hearing, and they're able to hear it. So
Good.
it's definitely good in that aspect,
It's a step up. It
Yeah.
really is.
in what, anything else I've seen.
So the owl doesn't do the language though, that's on Zoom.
Zoom does the.
No matter
Closed
what,
captioning.
with or without the owl.
they do closed
Okay.
caption, which is close, but it's not.
We didn't get a motion.
We did have
Yeah.
a motion.
What did it?
I
motion?
Motion to approve.
Jim second.
And what was the amount?
1,600.
Well, I think Art
Just
said
saying, we
11,
have
1,800.
budget item, take it out of.
Submit it to us.
Let's see. $1,800.
1,800?
13G.
And who, with your motion?
Kathy moved. I wrote the motion out. Kathy moved it,
Okay, and who
and
seconded?
Jim seconded it.
Thank you. So, go ahead. Go ahead.
You started. I just wanted to say that if this is something that we do approve on, I would also ask that we keep this device locked up, it's managed,
Oh, yeah.
it's protected, the other thing too with this device is that it's really easy to set up. You make it look easy.
Mhm.
But it's easy, it's quick, take down, set up. There's some pluses there to that.
What type of warranty does it have?
You know, Jim, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I probably could get an extended warranty if that's something you guys would be interested in.
Yeah, we're gonna spend that kind of money, we have to have it protected somehow.
Good idea.
So I have a question, a suggestion. So when, we set up in the hall, the camera with the ceiling camera, my husband purchased a camera, microphones, and set that up for recording. It actually, I think I sent you the picture, it actually records the entire group, and there are microphones for sound, and there's a microphone and a podium. So, I've suggested a couple times that we use it for a meeting to see what we think. And Art's got this cool thing here. But the $1,800 surprises me because we only spent a little over $600 for the ceiling camera and the microphones, and we tested it out, and we thought it was pretty nifty. So in the interest of saving $1,200, I would like to suggest that we did this for 2 meetings. We put up the camera and the microphones, and we used that for 2 meetings, and then we make a decision based on the quality and the price and all of it together. I think that would be a good, because we're not in a hurry, right? We can do this
Well,
anytime.
actually, this is a 20% off cost, because normally it's about $2,000. So this is
Oh.
a cost reduction.
So that's what I would propose, is that, we do 2 meetings with the ceiling camera and the microphones. And it still goes on Zoom, and you still have all of the attributes of Zoom and all the good things there. And see what we think. Maybe we'll like one, maybe we won't like one. I'm good with whether or not you want the camera or microphones, doesn't matter, it's the $1,200 difference. And
And the time of
Many-
setup, tear down.
Okay.
there is no
I'm
setup
sorry.
and tear down
There's
once the
motion on the
camera
floor.
gets mounted,
Call
it
the vote.
stays. Actually,
Okay.
this has more setup,
I'll,
so,
I'll call for the vote
so what's the vote?
to vote to purchase this.
So I'd like to add an amendment to the motion
Okay,
that we, try the other system for the 2 meetings and then do a comparison before we vote on either one.
I think we'll just
Can't lose
straight
anything,
vote.
nothing to lose.
Well, no, because this goes back tomorrow.
Well, you're returning to Amazon though, right? so you can repurchase.
but not at that price. It goes up.
Well,
So the motion was to purchase this. So if you
I
don't
mean,
want to do it,
but
then
you
you
gotta,
can say
you
no.
gotta, we gotta consider the amendment first.
Okay, you folks, do I have a second to the amendment? Do I have a second to the amendment?
I understand Tammy's, but I don't like to risk the reducing costs. I'm also really concerned about where the money's gonna come from. Will it come from the Swanton Building Improvements Fund? Because we have the money there. This is not gonna go to the township hall, so it could not come from the township hall capital outlay line. This is gonna be here for either it's a meeting here or a meeting in the.
It could be. I mean, we could use it down, you could use it a lot of different places. I think we have choices. I even have a supplies line. We'll take it out of it.
Supervisor's supply, but. I didn't look at that.
So, do I have a second for the amendment?
It makes sense to do the research, but I hate to lose the lower price.
I think it's online right now for 18, isn't it? On Amazon? Sure, I thought we looked today and it was. Oops, 1999.
Oh, yes, we do, supervisor supplies. No, not enough in there.
Oh, look at that, 18, it's on sale.
Okay, I don't have a second, so let's call the question. Roll call vote,
What are we voting on?
the purchase of this for 1,800.
Warranty is about 200 to 300.
Warranty is 119 for 2 years, if you can get it after the fact of the purchase.
I'll pursue getting a warranty then.
Kay Peters,
Yes.
Sperling,
Yes.
Kay Peters.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay.
And Starkey.
Yeah.
$1,800 it is.
Zoning enforcement. We've had 2 applications for our zoning administrator enforcement position. I want to know who from the board would like to be part of the interview process.
Yes.
Okay. Crystal, is that it? You? Okay. Anyone else?
So, can I speak to that? So,
Tammy, do you want to be part of the interview process?
one of the applicants is an employee already. Correct? Here it is.
Of the interview process. That is a yes or a no.
I would like.
You don't need to milk the
discuss-
cow to get a gallon of milk.
I would like to discuss the fact that one of the applicants is an employee already, and the MTA has recommended that we not necessarily interview every employee. We only have 2 employees. One does not meet job description, so I don't know why we would or the job requirements, I don't know why we would interview that person. And the other one is already an employee and meets all the requirements. So in the interest of saving time and effort and calling people off jobs, I'm wondering why we're scheduling 2 interviews.
I just asked you, did you want to be part of the interview process?
One of the persons doesn't meet the requirements
Do you
of the
wish,
job description,
you
and
wish
the
to
other is
be,
an employee who does. Why would we not offer our employee the
a
transfer?
point of order, do you want to be part of the interview process?
Yeah, yes, I would.
Okay,
Yes, I would.
so Crystal, Jim, and Tammy wish to be part of that. Kathy, would you like to be part of it?
Sure. Yes.
I have no interest in being part of this process. Jim, as the person who has the most understanding of that, I would ask that you lead the interview committee and come back with the recommendation for who to hire.
Okay, we have.
And we have 2 applications, and I'll make sure you have both of those tomorrow.
Is there a meeting set up?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, Tammy, you had one thing you wanted to come back and,
Yes, so, I purchased a couple of things for the office, from Staples. Three things, a printer toner, some paper supplies, and a cash drop box, daytime drop box for the office. I purchased them with my, own PayPal because we didn't have the debit card or the credit card available. And, actually some W-2 forms also. So the total of those purchases came to, $168.07. And for one, and $30.99 for another. So I wrote the check for $199.06 for reimbursement. The invoices were sent to the board and were approved. And when I wrote the check was returned to me by the treasurer and said, I did not authorize this purchase, nor did the board approve. So the board did approve it. It went through the invoices, in March 11th. It was part of the board packet and the bill packet. It was approved. Actually, Crystal wrote a note on it that said, why is the check not written yet? I answered her question on here. And so when I wrote the check and sent it through with the check the following month, Kathy sent it back. And so I don't understand why this reimbursement, it seems like anything with my name on it gets like turned down.
So I did not see any invoice for the cash box that
It's right
clerk
here.
has assigned
It's right
to
here.
the treasurer chart of accounts or expense. So she purchased something without board approval
No,
and charged it to the treasurer accounting. I did not see that. I did not see that come through the board.
it was in the
That
packet,
purchase.
Kathy.
And that, I did not see that. I did not see that. I didn't review those invoices.
The cash drop box was purchased because the deputy treasurer, deputy clerk and I had nowhere to deposit the cash and checks when we were collecting taxes. I discussed purchasing a lockbox with you and you did not, you said you didn't want to, wouldn't.
No, that's not true. I actually stepped up when she was working on it with someone else in the office and asked, could I please be a part of this because I'm treasurer and I am responsible for receiving.
The week
And,
before you
and
refused to
so-
participate in that, Kathy.
and so when I did,
okay.
she went on,
fine.
did her own
So,
thing.
so the,
so that is not approved under the treasurer.
the challenge is we didn't approve this and you don't, that's not the cash box you would have approved.
Oh, exactly, not, no.
So it was approved by the board. Crystal, do you recall writing this note and sending it through with your approval?
It's definitely my handwriting.
And it came through in the board packet that very same week. It didn't have the check. It came back to me with the board approval. I wrote the check and sent it back through for the check.
She's good.
And Kathy stopped it and sent a note back to me with a note saying she didn't approve it. Now, when the clerk and the deputy clerk are required to collect or appointed to collect taxes, and there's nowhere to put the money, she asked us to put it in her inbox on her desk. We did not feel comfortable. I sent her an email. I can bring the email out, Kathy, if you want, the week before that Charlie was in the office and Charlie's sitting right here. The week before I sent you an email. You didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Okay, so what do
Then we purchase
Can
this,
we-
it gets charged to
can
the
we
treasurer
decide
because
what we're
it's part
gonna
of
do
tax
here?
collection.
Okay,
because this is getting way out of hand again.
I want my $200.
Talking here, what's the total bill?
$99.06.
We could. She got charged to the treasury account for tax collection for the box.
Okay. just
I got
order.
charged the clerk and supplies for the
What's
rest
the
of it.
total that we paid out?
$199.06 has been waiting for almost 3 months to pay me
I
back.
move to pay the bill.
You already approved the bill.
Okay, but let's do it again.
Okay,
Get out of the
thank
way.
you.
Okay, roll call vote.
We already approved this bill 2 months ago.
Will you just brought it forward for approval again?
I brought it forward because the treasurer is refusing to issue it, and I wanted to know why.
So
She's
the date
explained- she
that
has
it
not
was
explained
submitted
why.
to me, the date that it was submitted to me
What?
Reaching my.
was
breaking
March that came to me to sign that
The
check.
check, it was approved the month before.
So
Let's just.
the check was written out March
Let's
fifth.
just take care of it, get rid of it.
Why?
It's-
Why?
It's there, we're still using it, aren't we?
I
Are
can
we
bring-
using it? Are we using it in the box?
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you for hanging it up, Jim. It's wonderful. It makes
Okay,
me
let's
feel a
go.
lot more secure about our cash in the office. You did a wonderful
All
job.
about this person, all about. All
Try to
about.
be civil. to each other.
I wish.
Well, when I don't get paid for 2 months, I'm sorry, it offends me.
All right.
It offends me.
Public comment. Yes, sir.
I talked to Roger briefly at our last meeting. He had asked that they get prices for new garage doors.
Yes, sir.
Went by and looked at the garage doors. They're in very, very bad shape. They're constructed out of various different types of dissimilar metals. When you put dissimilar metals together, there's even more corrosion before you throw calcium chloride on it. The doors are what they call a torsion spring door. The springs that actually raise the door are above the garage door. There are cables that go down to what they call a bottom bracket that's held on with 4 or 5 screws usually. That's the area that's rotting out. If the bottom brackets come off, the doors don't come up, the fire trucks don't come out. The doors at the fire station need to be fixed ASAP. Most contractors are already scheduled out 2, 3, 4 months. It's not funny.
No.
I find the township and frankly the board liable for anything that could happen.
Sir,
Do
can
you
I
do
ask
this
your
for-
name?
My name's Daniel Weirs. I've been a licensed contractor for 32 years.
Do you do this work, sir?
I used to. That's, you can call it garage, you can call Lloyd's in Midland, you can call it Johnson Garage Door in Mount Pleasant. You need to get bids now.
We didn't get any from Roger, did we?
That's not the point. It's not Roger's job. It's your guys' job to keep the township safe.
Yep.
Period.
That's right.
Period.
Well, okay, so did Roger talk to you about not wanting?
What were the names?
wanting to go on the board?
Johnson Garage Door in Mount Pleasant. Lloyd's Door in Midland, Michigan. There's, you can look up garage doors online and find
But
a
those are
place in
reputable.
Coleman.
There's a place in Coleman.
There's another place in Coleman. We don't have a garage door place in Edenville, so.
Are the doors bad?
Yes, sir. Actually, if you recall, you may not recall the previous board, but it was brought up to them as well. You're looking at a pretty big expense, I think.
It's not a
We got-
big expense.
Well, no, compared to the overall effect, but it's
Right,
it's
you're
about
talking
14 grand.
whatever it is, $4,000 a door.
Right.
There's still the same original openers that have never been maintenance.
What do you need to fix them?
Oh, they all
Four
need to
new
be
doors.
replaced.
You
Four
do
new doors, you need to spend 15, 20 grand, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Now,
It'll
Way
be,
more
it'll be
than
around 15 per station month.
Could you back the fire truck into the door with cost insurance?
Okay, sir, thank you for bringing that to our
Yeah.
attention. We've got it on our radar.
Is the board going to appoint someone to follow up with that? So I'm gonna take it on. Here, take it on. Thank you.
I didn't say anyone.
All right, other public comment.
I'd just like to say, I'd like to touch base on that whole tree issue thing. You guys paying $125 for an estimate to a company that says right here on their website, get a free estimate. There's not a tree service in the state of Michigan that'll charge you for an estimate. I've been cutting trees for 20 years. There's not a single one gonna charge you to come and tell you how much it's gonna cost to cut down your tree.
We didn't get an estimate, we got a professional evaluation.
There's no
From an arborist. Thank you.
Are you gonna do it? It's a
All right.
certified arborist, it's actually a job.
just because it's certified doesn't mean they get to charge you to come say it's okay. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. You need to learn more. Stop giving away our money for nothing. You gave away $125 for nothing. And trust me, you did that. Now I get to go investigate that company with my camera. And now you think they're gonna wanna work for you guys after I go out there? No, they're not. When I start pulling their records for any times they've done work for you guys, no, they're not.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Yes.
Mayor, push the public welcome board, please.
Well, I don't know what you're gonna do.
Put the sign. I'm sign man.
I would prefer that no one come behind the table
I don't
after
care
the
what you
meeting.
prefer. That's my bulletin board. You wanna hold the sign for me?
Sir.
No,
Can you hold it?
like, just, yeah, hold it up a little.
Open public
Hold
forum,
it
it's a
up to
limited
talk.
public space. So
Would you
listen,
hold this up for me, Crystal? You seem to be, you're not gonna let me put that up on the public bulletin board.
okay,
Now I'm in the way of Mr. Ham's thing here.
so, sir, once I look at it, if it's not vulgar like the last time, I'm okay.
It's
with
not
it.
vulgar.
This is-
I'm
I'm okay with it. You
look
did, you did before, I know what you did, let's not talk about
This
that.
is
Go
my
ahead
3
and put
minutes.
that up.
This is my 3 minutes.
You can have more than 3 minutes for this, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, good, thank you, because
But you can put
you
that
guys
up.
are dicking around with $125, and I'm talking about $250 million. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission owes us, in my opinion. The dam, we're coming up on a 5-year anniversary of the Sanford Dam, the Edenville Dam.
I respect what you're talking about.
Pardon
You
me?
know it, because you and I have talked a lot about this. I respect what you're talking about. Go ahead. You're kind of short for that, aren't you?
Well, here,
Move it down a little bit.
I may as well come over here, because I got to point that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Art, could you maybe get a capture on
It's
this?
smart enough.
Oh, it can do that.
It
Okay.
does.
Great. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission told us the story. They hired the independent forensic team that said that the Edenville Dam would have failed no matter what unless they had done the expensive spillway upgrade. And I've done the math and I'm saying beaver pellets. They're wrong. They didn't take into account the low-level sluice ways. There are 3, let's call it offensive things for the dam. You've got the 2 generators that spin and make money. You've got 2 low-level sluice ways that are very helpful for ice management because these open up down below the water where the ice is. And so the spillways themselves are the major ones that are for the rainfall. So the sluice way and the generators handle the base flows, if you will. You know, a river will flow whether it rained or not, 3 or 4 weeks down the line. So those 2 are pretty much to handle the base flows. The spillways are meant to protect the dam and just allow any rain to go over so it doesn't take out the embankment. Okay. Wixom Lake rose 5.5 feet during that. The surface area of Wixom Lake is 2270 acres at its normal elevation of 675.8 feet. So 5.5 feet times 2270 acres is 12,485 acre feet uncorrected that was retained by Wixom Lake and should have passed through. Thank you. Thank you. So if you correct for the increase in lake surface area, because if you've got a lake at 2270 acres and you put in 1 foot of water and you had it, let's say, contained, if you took that away, if you filled it up with 1 foot of water, if you took the sides away, it would slop out. You'd have this excess. So 2270 will not create it. So because the lake is going like this, if you will. So you got to account for that. And so I've corrected for the increase in the lake surface area based upon a slope of 25-1, which means that 25 feet up onto the landowner's for every 1 foot rise in lake elevation. Since it went 5.5 feet, it's gonna be 125, 130 feet or so up into the lawns of the people who are working, okay? So that's what I'm trying to accomplish, is account for this 14,548 acre feet, okay? And so what I looked at is the powerhouse, it discharged 163 acre feet per hour. The two low level sluice ways, they did not list them. The IFT ignored this, completely ignored it. They did not list what the amount discharge is, but because of the two generators, the intakes are, there's 3 rows. There's 2 for the generators and 1 for the one sluice way in the powerhouse. They're all the same size. So I make the assumption then that the flow rate through the low level sluice ways are similar to that of the powerhouse. And there's 2 low level sluice ways. There's one in the Edenville side in the powerhouse, and one in the tobacco spillway. So we got 163 acre feet here that were held back per hour, 163 acre feet per hour by the 2 low level sluice ways. And then the gates were only lifted 7 feet. That blocked 1 foot at normal elevation, because the lake level is 675.8. The bottom of the sill, if you will, of the gate sill is 8 feet below that. So if you start down 8 feet down below and you lift that up 7 feet, you still got 1 foot of water. So that's blocking a foot of water times the width, which is 170 or 130 feet roughly, which comes out to 111 acre feet per hour. So the total of these 3 is 437 acre feet per hour. The runtime was from noon on May 18th to 5:30 p.m. on the 19th, which is 29 and a half hours. So that means, well, so that means that 435 acre feet times 29.5 hours is 12,891 acre feet that I've accounted for during this runtime. So this is what was blocked. This is what I've accounted for. So that leaves, when you subtract these 2 off, we get 1,657 acre feet is remaining, divided by 1657 divided by our 2270 acres means we've got 0.73 feet rise, which is 8.8 inches. They told them, so we went from 5.5 to 8-9 inches. They're telling us that nothing could have been done to save this dam. I'm saying bull crap. Beaver pellets. This could have been saved if they just maintained the dam. If the powerhouse, that was shut off because FERC pulled their operating license. The low level sluice ways, those have been broken for 2 decades. 2 decades. And this one's frustrating because FERC did it. This one's frustrating because it lasted for 2 decades, 20 years under FERC regulation. They could have fixed it. And plus it's the ice management issue. And that came in later because they killed a bunch of, they lowered the lake because they didn't, when they pulled the operating license, they didn't want to pay to get people out there to chisel off all the ice and maintain it because they're not turning the screws to make electricity, drain the lake and be done with it. And that's what Boyce Hydro did. When they drained the lake, they killed those mussels. And who even knew we had endangered freshwater mussels living with thousands, millions of these zebra mussels, But anyway, that gave them the ability that they sick the DNR on them and filed a $119 million lawsuit on behalf of the mussels. Get out there and sue them for us, will you? And then the gates lifted issue. Again, those gates were in the water. You could not pick them up. According to my calculations, everything's right. Those gates were in the water all the time. They could not be lifted up. So it was obvious. Well, anyway, what I've done is I've created draft document. I'll pass some of them out. I've got limited copies. I think I got plenty now, everybody's left. But I would like to get, I don't know where to go. Nobody seems to be fighting for the people in the SAD. Okay, and this is the biggest thing to hit our township ever.
Yeah.
And I'm really disappointed that we don't have some sort of a effort to sue, if you will, or whatever. We gotta put pressure on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I don't know how all that works, but we need to get them to give us $250 million. The other, there's different ways of doing that. Maybe we go up to Gretchen Whitmer and say, hey, Gretch, you said that you'd take care of us back then, and you haven't. How about you give us $250 to Dave Kepler there at Four Lakes Task Force, and you sit Dana Nessel on FERC to recover your money. But we need that money now. The people in the SAD, this is just terrible. And if there's anybody out there who is fighting this and wants some help, I'll help however I can. I've got like I said, I've got a draft document here of what I've put together. I'd like to finish it up and get it out for this upcoming anniversary, because the media is going to be on us. Okay, I don't know how to proceed. I need some help. I was hoping that we'd have some leadership here, be able to put this up the chain of command and say, look, we're not taking this crap. Let's go through these numbers here again. No, FERC, you were at fault. Pay up. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Public comment is closed at 10:55.
Can I see enough piece of?
Board comments. Crystal? Not quite yet. Got one thing. Danny, anything? Jim? Yeah, go ahead. Ask her.
Hey, I'd like everybody to think about going to 6 o'clock start time.
Thank you.
6 p.m. start time of meetings instead of 7.
I'm fine with that, except the members of the public specifically asked for the 7, but I personally would like to start earlier. This is way past my bedtime, but I also want to be cognizant of our residents too. I don't know. I understand and agree. I just don't, there's a lot of,
We've got two choices. We can either move to 6, or we can agree that we're going to adjourn or recess at 9:30.
6:30.
You could? I mean, I'm open to.
No matter.
Would 6:30 start or no? 6:30, would that be? I mean, if people want 7 and we're saying it takes 1, and so.
Split the difference.
Yep.
I'm fine with that.
6:30? Okay.
So we need to,
Could we add a stop time too?
3 hours break time.
Yeah.
A stop
We'll
time?
recess at 9:30 if we
Yep.
have.
But then that requires an additional meeting.
Yep.
Come back the next day. I can't always.
I know.
agree to that.
Right.
I'm just
We'll
telling
do
you.
the,
Right.
well,
Okay,
we'll
but-
schedule what we can and.
Okay, if you go home fast enough and get it on Zoom.
Yeah. All right.
I don't drive
So
it.
I've got a motion to change our start time from 7 to 6:30. Do I have a second? Crystal seconded. Any more conversation?
Were we gonna put a stop sign up, a stop
And a
time?
stop with a stop time at 9:30.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. I'll second it.
so, did you motion?
I don't love the stop.
No, Crystal motion
I'm sorry,
and Kathy seconded.
I
just a
say
minute.
I don't love the stop time, just only because if we decide, then I can't come back the next day.
This is, we can't keep doing this.
I agree, but I
We
don't.
can't keep doing
Well, we
this.
need to probably pare down our agendas, right, or we'll have to do that.
Sure.
So I would like to know legally whether or not we can,
I'll get to you in a minute.
is this going to be the Northwest meeting or which meeting?
May meeting, 6:30.
So
So not the budget meeting, not the budget. meeting.
No,
So May meeting, because it needs to be noticed.
no, maybe.
Okay, Crystal, and who's second? I'm sorry.
Kathy,
So this is just a consensus vote?
those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. We're starting early. I propose one thing, and that is, we've talked about a road hearing. To talk about getting the Midland County Road Commission to come in. I'm going to suggest Saturday, May 10th as a special meeting. It'll be held here in Swanton. If I can get the road commission to come in, they owe us their response, and they were going to do some homework for us. Sure.
So this is a special meeting we're going to say?
And I'll call the
You
special.
got the time later?
I need to confirm with the
Yes.
road commission, but if there's an appetite, I will call that.
The budget hearing the 22nd, right?
Yes, right here.
We can have
6
it
o'clock.
without me.
I don't have a time on that.
Budget.
Yeah, what time do you usually?
Okay, so I will work on that.
Sometimes they go.
I have nothing else. Crystal, I believe you want a motion to adjourn? Dave, do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you all.
Yeah, see you next time.
Yeah, put your chair back.
Have a good night, guys.
You taught us.
Yeah,
Chair, see if I can get a question. Sure. Yeah, you can get three. Nope.
I just gave my last one out.
You got a lot going on.
Well, that's a
Yeah, we can ask.
Is
this one?
Thank you. I was gonna, last night I was trying to do that, never tripped. I'm like, all right, take it home. It was the wrong way.
And you will.
So, thank you. Thank you.
Yep. I want you to run the truck through the door, please. If I'm dying.
Hopefully they will get
How
out.
will you go? You're done.
She'll know.
Thank you.
There you have it, y'all. Chris Peacock Media, we're getting out here at the meeting. Yet again, another interesting meeting. We'll, let you guys watch and break it down. I'll be sure I'll be throwing out some shorts later, so. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share the video, please.
I just was.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting sick. I gotta go.